Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing on this Sunday? How's everybody doing? November 28th, 2021. How's everybody's weekend and Sunday going so far? Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates, ladies and gentlemen. Your podcast, your news, your local community with yours truly on this Sunday morning. And we are reporting live streaming here in a background of a football field with the lights under the lights pretty much, and that was what it was all about, under the lights of college football, of NFL football. Thanksgiving turkey on Thursday. We'll get to all that. By the way, folks, again, to everybody out there, happy Thanksgiving again. We didn't even get the chance to we did say in our recorded podcast on Friday. Unfortunately, if anybody missed it, tune into our YouTube channel, Worldwide Sport Updates by your host, at the bottom of your screen, at the right or left of your screen. And again, I wanted to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving nonetheless. Hopefully, everybody did have a blessed one, and everybody made the best of it, of course, filling their stomachs and being with their loved ones, their family members, gathering with their family gatherings, and just being thankful and happy of what you made the best out of your life nonetheless. And this is what life is all about, is truly being thankful and what you're blessed for nonetheless. So again, hopefully everybody had a great Thanksgiving. Hopefully everybody had a great Black Friday shopping nonetheless. Black Friday shopping weekend continues for everybody. So again, that's what pretty much everybody's weekend is so far shaping up to be. Having leftover Thanksgiving, maybe they're probably going to eat that today, and then enjoying their Black Friday shopping nonetheless. But again, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully everybody had a great Thanksgiving overall. All right, we have a lot to talk about, folks, and we're going to get right to it. We're not going to waste any time. It's a 4-hour show. Again, the podcast phone number is at the bottom of your screen if you would like to call and come on live on the air. Do so at 610-330-7698. We're taking phone calls. We will interrupt what we're doing just to answer your questions. Anything you like to talk about, call that number at the bottom of the screen, 610-330-7698, for anything that you have in mind that you would like to be answered that we cannot answer for you. So we'll get to all the questions, anything you guys might have nonetheless. So again, 610-330-7698. Again, Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community nonetheless. All right. I did mention we have a lot to talk about in today's segment on our Worldwide Sport Updates nonetheless. And we have a lot to cover, folks. We're going to talk about college basketball. I'm going to go over those college basketball scores that transpired on your Saturday. We also have some boxing news I'd like to go over. And then we're going to talk some NBA scores that transpired yesterday on your Saturday, along with some juicy predictions for your Sunday's NBA games. We'll go over that. And some surprising teams that continue to be on a roll nonetheless. You got some college teams not college teams, NBA teams that are looking really hot, and they're unstoppable to be beaten right now. And we'll get to all, and you probably know who they are. You probably know who they are if you guys kept really up to date with your sports. But we'll get some more information about them nonetheless. Also, again, I think I mentioned hockey games. We're going to talk about the NHL hockey. And we're going to talk about regular season of college football, folks. A lot of teams made it as an eligible playoff team for the College Bowl, nonetheless. So we're going to cover college football games on your Saturday and what to look forward to next week as the college playoffs start getting underway. Yesterday was the finale of the college football regular season. So we wrapped it up. Finally finally the college football regular season is in the books, and we can start focusing at the task at hand, leading to college basketball all the way to NCAA March Madness, nonetheless. So we will definitely get to all those for you on our show here. Also, we're going to talk NFL Week 12. We're going to give you takeaways from the Thursday Thanksgiving games. We're going to talk about Thanksgiving turkey football games that happened on Thursday with the Buffalo Bills versus the New Orleans Saints, the Detroit Lions versus the Chicago Bears, and then you have the Dallas Cowboys who were hosting the Las Vegas Raiders. So we will talk about all those coming up. Also, there was some college football that happened all of this past week, but there was one that I would like to pinpoint out to everybody, and we will bring that to everybody's attention throughout the show. Also, I'm going to give you my 5 lock picks for Week 12, your predictions, analysis, breakdowns to who I believe has the opportunity to win today, and some history in the making nonetheless. All right, so lots to talk about here on our show. Nonetheless. Welcome, guys. Thank you for tuning in, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, across the nation. Thank you for tuning in to Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community on Sunday, November 28th, 2021. And we're almost close to closing out the year 2021. Can you believe it? One more month left, huh? One more month. And Christmas is underway, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people are already turning on their radios, listening to Christmas music as we speak. Yeah, they're getting underway now, folks. The Christmas music. If you're in the Christmas spirit, in the holiday spirit, Christmas is the way to go about things, nonetheless. And a lot of people are juiced up about the upcoming Christmas holiday season. That's 1 month away from approaching after we close out the month of November this upcoming week. And also, speaking of shopping, I have still yet to figure out what I'm going to do for Black Friday shopping, folks. I still have not gone Black Friday shopping. Even though it's Black Friday weekend, and I still have yet to go out and venture out exactly what do I need. I mean, don't you hate that? When you have everything that you always wanted, but at the same time you feel like, oh, is it worth it? Is it worth buying for? So I don't know. I'm in that 50-50 mode sometimes where I say, do I want it? Do I not want it? So either or, this is what we're still trying to figure out how to, come up with exactly, am I on board to get this gift or am I not on board not to get this gift? I don't know. Well, I could. I could get people something. If I can't get something for myself, I could definitely get people something that, what they truly desire. Nonetheless, it's all about. Even though they say Thanksgiving's all about giving, even Christmas is too, because you got to get in the spirit of things, and you got to give out to everybody that you truly are communicating with. You're communicating with, nonetheless. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, John. I mean, if I don't know what to get for myself, I definitely have to get it for somebody, right? Yeah, so maybe share the wealth, share something, give something to the poor. Yeah, there you go. The poor always they're looking for something. So yeah, the donations always help. They definitely do. So we'll keep that in mind. I mean, if I can't figure out something to buy for myself, then we definitely can share the goodness out of our hearts and provide to the community nonetheless. Yes, of course we could do that. I mean, our hearts are always in the right place. So yeah, of course, there's always someone in need. We got to think of those people that are struggling. Absolutely, we definitely do. A lot of people cannot spend the holidays with their loved ones, with their families, with their friends, with their relatives, and people don't even have a home. So they're out struggling in the cold, trying to stay warm, find shelter. So Yeah, there's really nothing wrong with the providing. Absolutely, absolutely, and that's what Christmas is all about too. Not just thinking of. I mean, it's okay to think for yourself, but at the same time, you gotta come. You gotta know. I mean, you gotta show where you're coming from, and you gotta be a great example to the community. And if people are in desire, of needing some assistance or somebody to talk to, nonetheless, always reach out to them, ask them what's going on, how's everything, how's your day going, and let everything go with the flow, right? All right. All right, folks, here we go. We have a lot to cover. So let's talk about college basketball games. I'm going to recover all the college basketball scores that transpired on your Saturday. Lots to go over, though. Lots to go over. A lot of people have been clinching eligibility here already in college basketball. So let's go over them. Here are your college basketball scores from Saturday. And we will start with, here we go, Saturday, November 27th, college basketball games. We will start with Louisville versus Maryland. Louisville beat Maryland Terrapins, I believe. Yes, the Maryland Terrapins, 63-55, your final score there. As the Maryland Terrapins, they suffered their second loss on the season, while Louisville, on the other hand, I believe they improved their record to 5-1. So awesome stuff by Louisville, the Louisville Cardinals, and the NCAA men's college basketball. This is the men's college basketball we're going over, folks. Again, 63-55, your final there. Awesome stuff by Louisville. St. Francis versus North Carolina A&T. North Carolina A&T beat St. Francis 73-67, your final there. St. Peter's at Providence. Providence beat St. Peter's 85-71, your final. Jackson State at UL Lafayette. Jackson State beat UL Lafayette 75-70, your final. Montana State at Incarnate Word. Montana State beat Incarnate Word 83-64, your final. Richmond at Mississippi State. Mississippi State beat Richmond 82-71, your final. Fisher College at Massachusetts Lowell. Lowell beat Fisher College in a whopping, dominating basketball of a fashion of a game, 101-38, your final there. Indiana State at Ball State. Ball State beat Indiana State 97-75, your final. Marist at Army. I think that I pronounced that right. Marist at Army. Army beat Marist 65-61, your final. Jacksonville State at Illinois University. Jacksonville State beat Illinois University 93-81, your final. Coppin State at East Carolina. East Carolina beat Coppin State 70-68, your final. Tennessee Martin at Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky beat Tennessee Martin 81-66, your final. McKenzie State at versus Samford. Samford beat McKenzie State 83-75, your final. Northern Iowa at St. Bonaventure. St. Bonaventure lost by 10 points to Northern Iowa, 90-80, your final score there. I believe Southern Bonaventure Bonnies, they're 5-1, so they suffered their first loss of the season, while Northern Iowa is 2-3 on the season. So they lost to a team that just picked up their second victory of the season. All right. Robert Morris at Davidson. Davidson beat Robert Morris 80-70, your final. Oklahoma Sooners versus Central Florida. Oklahoma Sooners beat Central Florida by 3 points, 65-62, your final there. Rutgers at Massachusetts. Rutgers, they lost to Massachusetts by 2 points, 85. Close, tight game in there, in that basketball matchup there. Rutgers lost to Massachusetts again, 85-83, your final. Louisiana Tech at North Carolina State. North Carolina State beat Louisiana Tech 90-81, your final. UMBC at Pittsburgh. UMBC beat Pittsburgh 87-77 by 10 points, your final there. And speaking of the Pittsburgh Panthers, they are currently in NCAA college basketball, men's college basketball. They're 2-4 on the regular season. As far as UABC is concerned, they're 4-2 on the season campaign, nonetheless. And I believe they are no, they don't have a conference win yet, but the UMBC Retrievers are off to a great start nonetheless. Okay, again, 87-77, your final. Monmouth, New Jersey at Cincinnati. Monmouth beat Cincinnati 61-59. Close game there by 2 points. Your final. Milligan at Mercer. Mercer beat Milligan 88-49. Your final there. All right, Detroit Mercy at Hofstra. Detroit Mercy at Hofstra. Hofstra beat Detroit Mercy 98-84. Your final. South Dakota and Nebraska. South Dakota, they lost to Nebraska 83-70. Your final. Chowan at High Point. High Point beat Chowan 90-60. Your final. Navy at Mount St. Mary's. Navy beat St. Mary's 67-40. Your final. Western Carolina at Gardner Webb. Gardner Webb beat Western Carolina 87-59. Your final. Delaware State at LIU. LIU, they beat Delaware State 99-65. Your final there. And the LIU Sharks picked up their first win of the regular season of the NCAA men's basketball. They are 1-4 on the season, while DSU folks, they improved to 2-4 on the season campaign. All right, final score there again, 99-65, your final. Northern Colorado at Colorado State. Colorado State beat Northern Colorado 88-79, your final. SW, Christian University at Nicholas State. Nicholas State beat Christian University 87-58, your final. Apprentice School at North Carolina Central. North Carolina Central beat Apprentice 96-56, your final. Miami, Ohio at Western Illinois. Western Illinois beat Miami, Ohio 79-67, your final. Southeastern Missouri State versus Portland. Portland beat Southeastern Missouri 74-68, your final. Penn State Beherend. Penn State Beherend at Cleveland State. Cleveland State beat Beherend 89-47. Byron at Middle Tennessee State. Byron lost to Middle Tennessee State 96-48, your final. Campbell at Stetson. Campbell actually close game there, huh? 60-58, your final against Stetson. Maine at Bradley. Bradley whopping basketball there. Everything was clicking all cylinders for Bradley. 71-39, your final. St. Mary's at Texas, the one that's located in Texas, at Texas A&M. St. Mary's beat. Hold on. No, St. Mary's, they lost to Texas A&M 88. Yeah, so Texas A&M beat St. Mary's 88-73, your final. NJIT at St. John's. St. John's beat NJIT 77-68, your final. Georgia State at Rhode Island. Rhode Island beat Georgia State 94-59, your final. Lamar at Texas Tech. Texas Tech beat Lamar 89-57, your final. Idaho State at Air Force. Air Force beat Idaho State 59-48, your final. Furman at South Carolina Upstate. Furman beat South Carolina Upstate 87-77, your final. Mary Baldwin at William and Mary. William and Mary beat did they? Yeah. 87-50, your final there. William and Mary beat Mary Baldwin. 87-50, your final. Charleston at Chattanooga. Charleston beat Chattanooga 68-66, your final. All right, so lots of good college basketball games. Sean, good morning, buddy. Welcome. Thank you for tuning into the show, my friend. Always great to have you on board, taking the time away to come on to Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. Sorry for not catching your comment, buddy. Going through right now the college college basketball games from Saturday. But nonetheless, we appreciate the support. We appreciate the love nonetheless. So awesome stuff. Sean, welcome, my friend. Thank you for tuning the Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community, nonetheless. Leas McRae at East Tennessee State. East Tennessee State beat McRae 92-74, your final. Penn State versus Oregon State. Penn State beat Oregon State 60-45, your final there. Western Michigan versus Purdue Fort Wayne. Western Michigan, they beat Purdue Fort Wayne 93-85, your final. Maryland Eastern Shore at Liberty. No, Liberty beat Maryland Eastern Shore 73-61, your final there. And I believe the Liberty Flames 3-3 on the season, so they just picked up their third win of the season there. So awesome stuff by Liberty Flames, nonetheless. Denver at Utah Valley. Utah Valley beat Denver 77-68. Actually, that was an overtime game, nonetheless, too. So 77-68, your final. New Hampshire at Holy Cross 70-55. New Hampshire beat Holy Cross again 70-55, your final. Northeastern at Hartford. Hartford, ladies and gentlemen, beat Northeastern 77 by 20 points. 77-57, your final there. UCLA Bruins at UNLV. UCLA Bruins beat UNLV 73-51 in the NCAA men's college basketball. Vermont at UNC Greensboro. Vermont, they lost to Greensboro by 3 points, 54-51, your final there. Grand Canyon at Peppermint. They lost by 3 points, Peppermint. They lost to Grand Canyon 59-56, your final there. Coastal Georgia at Jacksonville. Jacksonville beat Coastal Georgia 83-54, your final. SIU Edwardsville. They lost to Creighton. Yeah, 70-65, your final. Morehead State at Kansas City. Kansas City beat Morehead State 70-62, your final. Trinity Christian at Valparaiso. Valparaiso beat Trinity Christian 106-69, your final. McMurray at Allegheny Christian. Allegheny Christian beat McMurray 89-54, your final. Wisconsin Superior at Green Bay. Green Bay beat Wisconsin Superior 77-48, your final. Marshall at Indiana. Indiana beat Marshall 90-79, your final there. Delaware at Temple Owls. The Temple Owls 1 point, by 1 point. A close game there, barely by a tip of the nose there. 75-74, your final. Southeastern Louisiana at Florida Gulf Coast. Florida Gulf Coast beat Southern Eastern Louisiana 90-71, your final. Louisiana State at Wake Forest. LSU Tigers, they beat Wake Forest 75-61, your final. Sacramento State at Arizona. Arizona beat Sacramento State 105-59, your final. Eastern Washington at Washington State. Eastern Washington, they beat Washington State 76-71, your final against Washington State. Again, Eastern Washington beating Washington State 76-71, your final. All right. UC Irvine at Santa Clara. Santa Clara, they lost to UCI Irvine 69-64, your final. Idaho at North Dakota State. North Dakota State, they beat Idaho 90-73, your final. All right. Good. Northern Illinois at Marquette. Marquette beat Northern Illinois 80-66, your final. Weber State at Dixie State. Weber beat Dixie State 87-70, your final there. And I believe Weber State, folks, are undefeated on the season. The Weber State Wildcats in the NCAA men's college basketball off to a hot start right now as the college basketball season keeps getting underway here. And they're in the Big Sky standings, folks. So they're 6-0, the only undefeated team in the Big Sky standings right now. And they beat, Dixie State 87-70, your final there. And I believe Dixie State, folks, in the WAC standings, they fall to 1-5 on the season, nonetheless. Again, 87-70, your final. Purdue Northwest at Illinois State. Illinois State beat Purdue Northwest 81-71 your final to by 10 points there. Texas Arlington at Utah State. Utah State beat Texas Arlington 80-61 your final. Birmingham Young, BYU against Utah. I believe BYU beat Utah. Yes, 75-64 your final. San Diego Christian at California Baptist. California Baptist, yeah, they beat San Diego Christian, ladies and gentlemen. Your final there, 85-38, your final score. Winthrop at Washington. Winthrop, they beat Washington 82-72. Excuse me, 82-74, your final. Pierreview A&M at Loyola Marymount. Close game by 3 points. Loyola Marymount beat Pierreview A&M 83-80, your final. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, your NCAA men's college basketball of your Saturday night. Again, St. Thomas at Seattle. Seattle, they beat St. Thomas 81-64. Your final there, ladies and gentlemen. And those are your NCAA men's college basketball for your Saturday nonetheless. So awesome stuff. Awesome stuff there for your college basketball on Saturday. And ladies and gentlemen, we also had a lot of college basketball games on your Thanksgiving, on your Friday. So we're not, I mean, there's a lot to go over, but hopefully everybody enjoyed them nonetheless. It was a great weekend of sports. Let's just put that in the point of perspective that it was definitely a great weekend of sports. Nonetheless, not only was excuse me, not only was college basketball on, you had college football, you had NFL, you had NBA games, NHL hockey games. So it was a busy weekend. I mean, actually, it was a busy week going into the busy weekend, nonetheless, in the nature of sports. So all that, ladies and gentlemen, was definitely good to keep you stuck into your sofa, have popcorn or just have a shot of whiskey or have a shot of Johnny Walker and just enjoy and relax a great game of either basketball, football, hockey, basketball, you name it, folks, you name it nonetheless. And then, you have the famous international Major League Soccer going on, the playoffs in Major League Soccer MLS. So yeah, a lot of stuff going on, folks, in our community of soccer. So great stuff indeed. Great stuff indeed, folks, nonetheless. All right, so that is your college basketball recap from NCAA men's college basketball on your Saturday. So good. And I believe one more thing I forgot to pinpoint out. I believe UConn did not play yesterday. UConn, Connecticut, but I believe they played on Friday. Let me check here. If the score for Friday can come up, that'd be great. Let's see. Okay. Let's see here. So UConn, yeah, here we go. Again, they played on Friday, folks. So the Connecticut Huskies, again, they are 6-1 on the season. Again, the Big East standings, folks. You have a lot of teams in the Big East standings that are looking in right now in the NCAA men's college basketball. You have Connecticut Huskies at 6-1. We have Creighton, I believe that's who they are. The Creighton Blue Jays currently at 6-1, and then you have the Marquette Golden Eagles in the Big East standings currently at 6-1, and you have Providence, ladies and gentlemen, who are also 6-1 in the Big East standings nonetheless. So the Big East, ladies and gentlemen, it's still up for grabs. We don't know who really wants the Big East for the taking, but it's definitely looking really good for the Providence Ferraris. So again, they're 6-1. So you got Connecticut Huskies, Creighton, Marquette, and Providence, all of them at 6-1. And then you have 5-1 teams looking in as well. So the Big East is definitely on a hot standings going into the NCAA men's college basketball nonetheless. So juicy stuff, juicy stuff indeed. Juicy stuff indeed. All right. Again, Sean, thank you for tuning in, buddy. Thank you for taking the time actually to come on here, giving us a good morning. Good morning to you as well. Happy Thanksgiving to you, my friend, to your family, to everybody. Hopefully you had a great one nonetheless. Again, John, thank you for tuning in, showing your support, your love. We greatly appreciate it. Hopefully everybody again had a great Thanksgiving, and again they're continuing their Black Friday shopping nonetheless. So again, everybody that's interacting, coming in on the show, on your Worldwide Sport Updates Sunday edition, your podcast, your news, your local community. Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. Hopefully everybody had a great Thanksgiving and so far a fantastic weekend nonetheless. So awesome stuff. So we just covered college basketball already. That was a long list, so I had to cover that really early, but hopefully everybody enjoyed the games overall. All right. Okay, good. So we're on a roll here. All right. Now, we're going to talk about boxing. I have two boxing results, ladies and gentlemen, that came to my attention yesterday. And then, here we're going to cover them right now. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, to your winner from the boxing match last night, who picked up his light heavyweight championship title, ladies and gentlemen. And his name goes by Cabezos. Yeah, Cabezos. Cabezos, ladies and gentlemen, he stuns Lopez to become the light heavyweight champion. Congratulations to him. That was your boxing result from last night. So anybody, boxing fans, to all my boxing fans out there that watch boxing, I don't think there was any UFC yesterday, though. I think UFC took a day off yesterday. I don't think there's any UFC that came to my attention as far as that's concerned. But I think Premier Boxing, there was a Premier Boxing yesterday. And ladies and gentlemen, Cabezos, again, congratulations up to him, who stunned Lopez on a victory, on a great fashion victory, to pick up his light heavyweight title, to unify to become a unified champion nonetheless. So again, Cabezos, congratulations to you, my friend, on becoming the light heavyweight champion of the world. All right. Also, Kubrat Pulev, I think he beat Frank Mir in the first round, TKO, knockout. So in a triad combat fight. So again, congratulations to Kubrat Pulev for beating Frank Mir, I believe it was. So he beat him in the first round, TKO. Nonetheless, so those are your boxing results from Saturday's boxing matchups. Nonetheless, so great stuff from your boxing perspective point of view again. All right. So I just wanted to pinpoint out to everybody, to all my boxing fans out there. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I think it was there was the mixed martial arts. Again, Frank, he beat him. Again, Kubrat Pulev, he beat the mixed martial art. Frank Mir, Frank Mir. Again, in the first round, TKO, and it was in Arlington, Texas on Saturday night, folks. Nonetheless, so again, first round TKO, and it was a great MMA boxing matchup, nonetheless. So awesome stuff from that total point of view there. And then again, ladies and gentlemen, your other great fashion of boxing there, Cabezos, ladies and gentlemen, stunning Lopez. He stunned. I think his name is Teofimo Lopez, folks. His name. That's his name. He did promise, first round knockout, and he did push hard to really accomplish that. Yeah, he did. But again, George Cabezos prevailed, and he stunned Lopez nonetheless. I mean, it was promising by Lopez, folks. He did make a promise to all the media, everybody across the world, that he was going to knock out Cabezos, and he made a promise to that. But again, Cabezos, in great fashion of a boxing matchup nonetheless. What can you say for an amazing boxing epic match on a Saturday night? Again, the stun nonetheless. Teofimo Lopez, in great fashion nonetheless. And ladies and gentlemen, it was a clean fight. It was not even a fluke, folks. It was a clean fight, and that what it was all about, folks. Nonetheless, um, and then Lopez, ladies and gentlemen, at the end, I think he when he had a press conference at the end of the boxing match, he said, "I don't care what anybody says, man. I won this fight." So he believes he won the fight. He believed he won the fight, which there's nothing wrong with it. But again, at the end of the evening, it's in the books, and pretty much when it's written all is said and done, and in the record books, a loss is a loss, folks. A loss is a loss. So you got to take it how it is. You cannot win them all. So think about that for a minute. You cannot win them all. Unfortunately, the luck was not on his side, and you got to take the loss as a man, and move on. You got to strategize and figure out moving to the next matchup how you're going to beat your opponent and continue to be that Lopez that you say you are for people to view and look to watch your fights. Nonetheless, so again, he got stunned, and it was something unexpected. But congratulations to Cabezos again, nonetheless, and he becomes your lightweight heavyweight champion of the world, nonetheless. So awesome stuff, indeed. All right, so good there. All right, folks. So we're on the right track. On this morning, on your Sunday edition, folks. Again, we still have a lot of topics to go over on your Sunday morning. We just covered college NCAA men's basketball. We just talked about the two boxing epic matchups that we saw in boxing yesterday. And now we are going to throw some NHL hockey news, folks. So reports are coming in from the NHL, from the National Hockey League, ladies and gentlemen. I think this came this past week, I believe, folks. So according to sources, according to reports coming in, the New York Islanders have postponed their games until November 30th, folks. Yes. The reason they postponed their games is because of COVID. So COVID protocols are impacting the franchise or organization right now, and they had no choice but to postpone all those games that's on their schedule, to probably reschedule them for a later date. We don't know when that will be, but they were postponed due to COVID, and they will resume action again on November 30th, 2021. That's the latest update coming in from the New York Islanders organization, nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, again, COVID is definitely making an impact once again, folks. It's sad to say, but it is very, very true at the same time. And folks, I'm gonna tell you right now, it does not look good for the year 2022. I think I heard reports yesterday coming out that there is a new cases coming in. I think it's called variant COVID, like a new COVID variant 19, I believe, and it's making an impact, folks. I mean, there's like new cases coming in from the COVID new variant now. And ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't look like it's going to get any better. No, not whatsoever. It does not look like it's going to get any better anytime soon, folks. It's not. It looks really bad that COVID is still here to stay with us, folks, and it does not make anything better going into the year 2022 as we wrap up the year 2021. I mean, folks, I don't know what's exactly going on. I really don't. I mean, this is becoming a serious like something like what can you say? It's so annoying at this point. It really is. But at the same time, folks, we cannot, ignore it. We cannot ignore it. We have to go about what's going on. Be pretty much be cautious is what I'm trying to get at here. We need to be very cautious nonetheless, folks, because again, the new COVID thing is becoming a big serious issue. That's gonna really it's really impacting the whole world, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon, folks. A lot of people are starting to get annoyed by wearing the masks, nonetheless. So it's really something to buckle down and keep our eyes and peels open. Again, I don't know what's going on with this world and society that we live in. I really don't. It feels like ladies and gentlemen, the people are in danger, folks. They really are. I mean, there's a lot of people that are getting sick. You don't know if it's the regular flu or if it's COVID related. It's becoming a serious matter, folks. It really is. It really is becoming a serious matter, and it's something that you know we have to pretty much just we'll see what definitely happens from here moving forward, though. All right, but again, it's something that it is definitely a serious issue nonetheless. It really is. All right, folks. But we will get to all that a little bit more. Again, a reason why I brought this COVID thing related COVID situation up again. Yesterday, folks, let's talk about it right now. I think that's our next topic, right? Is the cover of college football games. Let's see here. Well, before we do get to the college football games, though, here's one thing I'm gonna jump to NBA after this. But the information I want to talk about, folks, is yesterday the game between the Michigan State Spartans versus Penn State Nittany Lions. By the way, it was snowing there. To anybody that catch that football game yesterday, it was snowing. So hopefully everybody enjoyed a good snow game yesterday in the college regular season finale, nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, the Michigan State Spartans had 20 players out on their active roster yesterday. And according to sources and reports, it was because of the flu. Again, we don't know if it's COVID related, but some of them 20 players were out, folks, because they were feeling some symptoms. Some players decided to go and play. They decided to just, go with it and play because it was not even that serious. But some players were out, folks. 20 players, and they still escaped with a victory. So we'll get to a little bit of that throughout the show. Nonetheless, again, when we talk about college football recap for your Saturday. All right, but first, ladies and gentlemen, NBA. Let's talk about the NBA, folks. What's going on in the NBA? You have some amazing teams that are looking very hot right now, out of this world, nonetheless. When was the last time, folks, the Phoenix Suns? Ladies and gentlemen, the Phoenix Suns were on a 16-game winning streak. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Misho. Welcome to the show, buddy. Good morning. Thank you for tuning in on your Sunday. It's called the new variant COVID. Yeah, it's the new variant COVID. We can't, again, there's not enough information, so but we need to definitely hopefully scientists could be able to study it more, though. Fingers crossed on that, nonetheless. So great point there, Michel. So I'm glad somebody knows exactly what I'm talking about here as I'm delivering this information. Again, Michel, great point nonetheless on bringing that information to our whereabouts, to our eyes nonetheless. So again, something to definitely keep an eye on, and hopefully scientists do take this as a serious precaution and do more studies on it nonetheless, though. They really have to because this is becoming a nuisance. This is becoming an annoyance to everybody that they still have to continue wearing these masks, and it's becoming ridiculous. People want to go back to their regular lives. People want to go back to the way life used to be before COVID, but I don't think that's ever going to happen, folks. I really don't. I just don't. I mean, they always say there's an end at the end. There's always light at the end of the tunnel, but the question is, when is that light at the end of the tunnel gonna occur? Pretty much. So, lots to really open our eyes, nonetheless. Nonetheless, so we gotta wait and see. But hopefully, scientists could figure out with this new variant COVID what's going on with it. I mean, again, I've been tracking it down this whole past week that the reports are coming in that there's now 2 cases that have made an impact. So, hopefully it doesn't become a serious matter, though. Anyway, folks, go back to the NBA. When was the last time the Phoenix Suns have been on a 16-game winning streak, folks? Yeah, of course they do. Viruses always mutate, and that's normal. Absolutely. That's not. I mean, that's nothing new to anybody. So again, this is the new era of viruses, Michel. Unfortunately, we hate to say it, but it is the new era. It's the new virus era in our society today, Michel. We hate to admit it. We hate to admit it, but it's there. It's there right in front of us, though. I mean, but we can't let that. Of course, we can't let that stop us because, again, we're only humans, so we can only do so much. I mean, you can't control being sick. If that's what that's what I'm trying to get at here. I mean, if you become sick, you become sick, but you know. Of course, we got to wait and see, Michel. We got to wait and see how the world will definitely react or overreact to this new variant, nonetheless. But again, we don't know what's going on. We really don't. I mean, again, when COVID-19 outbreak was a serious issue back in 2019, the whole world just went downhill. With this whole COVID outbreak back in 2019, 2020 season. So again, we'll see what the new variant does, but I mean, at this point, I don't know. At this point, I don't know. At this point, we do not know, my friend. We do not know. All right. So, folks, again, the Phoenix Suns are on a 16-game winning streak. Yeah. Crazy, right? Crazy. And then you got the Golden State Warriors. I believe they picked up their I think they picked up their 9th win yesterday, didn't they? Or no, they didn't play yesterday. No, okay. On Friday, they picked up their 8th win, beating the Timberwolves 118-103. But again, speaking of the Golden State Warriors, they play today, so we will get to predictions nonetheless, folks. Nonetheless. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Phoenix Suns, again. When was the last time the Phoenix Suns were on a 16-game winning streak, huh? Yeah, and they're off today. But yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, the Phoenix Suns, they beat the Brooklyn Nets. They beat the Brooklyn Nets, folks. 113-107 your final there. So let's go over the scores from your NBA action from Saturday, folks. And let's start off with Timberwolves versus the 76ers. 76ers and Timberwolves, they went to overtime, folks. Yes, they went to overtime. Timberwolves, they beat the Sixers 121-120. Your final there. Let's give out some stats real quick of who was really the highlight of for the Timberwolves winning that game yesterday. And you got to give your credit and hats off to Karl Anthony Towns, folks. He came up with 28 points. He played 37 minutes of basketball, 10 rebounds. And then, ladies and gentlemen, D'Angelo Russell. 35 points posted. 4 rebounds, 8 assists. So congratulations to D'Angelo Russell, ladies and gentlemen. That's what basketball is all about. That's how you carry the team to pick up a victory. Nonetheless, they picked up their 10th victory of the season. So they're 10-10 on the season, while the 76ers also fall to they lose 10 games. Now they fall to 10-10 on the season as well. But D'Angelo Russell, 35 points. Carl Anthony Towns, 28. Anthony Edwards, 19 points, folks. So those were pretty much your three musketeers that helped the Timberwolves pick up a win. No, Misho, you're good, buddy. You are never distracting me, my friend. You are never distracting me. Don't ever say that about yourself. We appreciate you coming on here, bringing the comments, bringing everything news to our attention. Even though we do only so much, Misho. We do so much research. We don't do the up-to-date research. We can only do so much, Misho. So you have nothing to apologize about. You have nothing to, hold any grudges about, my friend. You are always more than welcome to come on the show and interact and be a part, because this is what Worldwide Sport Updates is all about. Your podcast, your local news, your local community. It's bringing the community together, Misho. And you're getting your voice heard. You're speaking your opinion. Sometimes you're speaking your facts, nonetheless. So there's always the pros and cons between what you want to speak and what's on your mind. So never be sorry, Misho. Never be sorry, buddy. All right, we appreciate we appreciate everything, Misho, nonetheless. All right, buddy. So I will continue to drink my amazing coffee, and I will continue on the show just for everybody that's interacting, nonetheless. But again, don't be sorry, my friend. Don't be sorry. You got nothing to be sorry about. All right. So this is what, if we don't have the information, if we don't have the news, the people that interact with our show, they might have it and they'll bring it to our attention. So that's what we open the doors for. That's what we appreciate out of you guys. This is what you sports fans are all about. This is why you are passionate and love the name of sports. The nature of sports, nonetheless. Not only do we love it and we provide it, but you guys also love it too. And you watch the games each and every day, and you love it. You love it. This is in your heart. This is in your blood. You enjoy it as much as we do. So never be sorry, my friend. Never be sorry, nonetheless. All right. So again, folks, let's he says, speaking of the Sixers, Ben Simmons looks like he about to go broke. I read an article saying that he buys a new car every month, and he also bought 2 houses for over 17 million. Yeah, I think that was brought to my attention, Misho. I think it definitely was brought to my attention. I don't know how Ben Simmons is going broke, and at the same time, he still continues to buy a new car every month, and he bought 2 new houses for over 17 million. I don't know what's going on with Ben Simmons, my friend. I really don't. I don't know what's his total situation. The guy, I can't figure him out. I don't think anybody can figure him out. I really. I can't. I can't figure him out. I really can't. Again, Ben Simmons is all over the world. He's definitely all over the place. Again, he's letting his team down. He's not showing any sportsmanship. He's not showing any given any kind of care that he wants to be a part of the 76ers. He's playing so many games, like so many undecided. I mean, actually, what's the word I'm looking for? He's making, what's the word I'm looking for? Dumb decisions. All right, dumb decisions. I mean, lost for words decisions. Like I don't know what's going on. And then at the same time, I'm trying to figure this guy out. Like, is mental health really being that major of a factor for Ben Simmons? Or is just Ben Simmons being Ben Simmons? There we go. Thank you. Irresponsible decisions. That's the word I was looking for. I can't figure him out, Misho. I can't. I mean, how could you sit there, my friend, sit down this morning and tell me that you can figure out this guy? You read the morning newspaper. You listen to podcasts, not just the podcast that's going on right now, but you listen to all interacting podcasts out there, and nobody knows what's going on with Ben Simmons? Nobody has an answer of what's going on with Ben Simmons. I mean, nobody could read Ben Simmons' mind. I don't know. I can't. I cannot figure this guy out. I cannot. I mean, his personality to me is, and characteristics is, I don't know. He's just not a team player. He really is not. And not to mention his asset, his valuable asset is already plummeting. Like which team is going to look at this guy now? The way his actions are speaking more louder than words. That's my point right there. His actions are speaking more louder than words, and his actions are speaking more than his irresponsible decisions. So I can't figure him out. All right, I can't figure him out. I really can't. I cannot figure this guy out. I cannot figure him out. Anyway, so that's the whole Ben Simmons situation, nonetheless. All right. So let's go back to the NBA games here, folks. So again, final score: Timberwolves 121-120 against the 76ers. Final overtime. Phoenix Suns, again, they beat the Brooklyn Nets 113-107 their final there. Mikal Bridges, 13 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist. Jay Crowder, 5 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. DeAndre Ayton, 10 points, 6 rebounds. And ladies and gentlemen, here's your 2 dynamic duos. All right, here's your 2 dynamic duos. Chris Paul, 22 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists. And ladies and gentlemen, Devin Booker, 30 points, 1 rebound, 4 assists. Ladies and gentlemen, those were your dynamic duos. Chris Paul and Devin Booker continue to be on a rampage as the season progresses, folks. This is unbelievable. They're 17-3 on the season campaign for the Phoenix Suns. 17-3, folks. That is unremarkable record to post right now in the NBA for this Phoenix Suns organization. This is incredible. This is incredible stuff, nonetheless. So, the Phoenix Suns are on a rampage, folks. They really are. They really are. So again, folks, I mean, your Phoenix Suns are hot, folks. They really are. Making money is one thing, but knowing how to deal with money is more important than making the money. Yeah. So this guy probably came from financially humble beginnings, and now he wants to spend what he earned from the NBA to fulfill probably what he wasn't able to do before the NBA. Maybe you know what, Misha, the way you're looking at it, it could possibly be that way. But again, I mean, maybe financial was the big problem for him before the NBA, and maybe he doesn't want NBA to be the answer. So folks, it's I don't know. I mean, one thing, Misha, I'd like to say though, if Ben Simmons is really having financial problems, why doesn't he open up about it though? Why doesn't he not open up about it? I feel like he should, just for everybody to. But I mean, if it's the help that he's looking for, I mean, open up about it. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
I'm living.
Good. Nice to hear from you.
Nice to hear from you too.
Welcome to the show, buddy. Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates.
What are you doing?
Well, we're talking sports, my friend. What's on your mind today on your Sunday?
Soccer.
Soccer. All right, so tell me what's going on. What's your mind on soccer, my friend?
My connection is really bad.
I'm sorry.
My connection is that good.
Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to get you on air, buddy, but I mean, the connection on your end is really bad, and we're doing our part to try to get you in, my friend.
I only have one sport on my line.
Okay, okay. But what's on your mind though? Talk to me about Major League Soccer. What's up? What's up? Are you there? Hello? Okay. All right. I guess the connection broke. All right. All right, folks. So, again, this is what again. I mean, we don't, this is the whole Ben Simmons situation. We cannot figure him out. We cannot figure him out, folks. Nonetheless, we can't. So, hopefully, it comes all together for him, and he figures his situation out nonetheless, because that's what he definitely needs to figure out. Nonetheless. All right. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Paul and Devin Booker were your dynamic duos of the night. Chris Paul had 22 points. Devin Booker had 30. Kevin Durant had 39 points even with the loss, folks. Yeah, he posted 39 points, 9 rebounds, 7 assists. And DeAndre Bambury, he had 18 points, 9 rebounds, 1 assist. LaMarcus Aldridge, he had 18 points, 6 rebounds. And then James Harden, he posted 12 points, 13 rebounds, and 14 total assists, nonetheless, by James Harden. So, folks, the Nets, Brooklyn Nets, they kept this a very close game, but it was not good enough to beat the Phoenix Suns, especially for Kevin Durant. I mean, the guy put 39 points. He had 7 assists and 9 rebounds, and he still couldn't get the Phoenix Suns, he couldn't even secure a W against the Phoenix Suns, because the Phoenix Suns, folks, are just that dominant right now of a basketball team, and they're playing in great fashion mode. Nonetheless, I mean, that 17-3 record, their 16-game winning streak is off the charts, folks. And now, ask me this: when was the last time before the Phoenix Suns, folks, before they even went on a 16-game winning streak, when was the last time they even lost a game? So I'm gonna pull that up to you, ladies and gentlemen. The last time before the Phoenix Suns went on a 16-game winning streak, the last team that they lost to, ladies and gentlemen, were, I'm gonna tell you right now, back on October 27th, 2027. Yeah, October 27th, 2021, ladies and gentlemen, the Phoenix Suns, they lost back-to-back games, not to mention. They lost to the Timberwolves on October 23rd, and they lost to the Sacramento Kings 110-107 before they started having that 16-game winning streak run, folks. Yeah. So they've just been on a rampage. They've been on a rampage, folks. Ever since they lost 2 games in a row, they've been dominating people left and right. I mean, both sides of the ball, nonetheless. On the court, folks. Again, dating back to October 27, 2021. Okay, dating back to October 27, 2021. All right, dating back to that date, folks, is when the last time the Phoenix Suns lost the game before they started going on a 16-game winning streak. Okay, they lost to the Sacramento Kings. That was the last team they played. I mean, they played on October 27th, folks, and they have not looked back since then. They have not looked back. They have not looked back. Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? Okay. Yeah. They have not looked back, folks. They have not looked back ever since on October 20 on October 27, 2021. Ever since that date, the Phoenix Suns have just been on an incredible run. They have been on an incredible run, nonetheless. 16-game winning streak. 16 game. All right. So, again, 113 and 107, your final. Hello? All right. So, 113, 107, your final. All right. New York Knicks, they beat the Atlanta Hawks 99-90, your final. New York Knicks, they improved their record to 11-9, while the Atlanta Hawks, they fall to 11-10 on the season. So that was your final there. I think Julius Randle had 8 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists. So I think your dynamic duos of, well, let's put the Three Musketeers. RJ Barrett had 15 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist. And then Alec Burks, he had 23 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. And then Evan Fournier, he had 20 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. So awesome stuff there. New York Knicks, they prevail 99-90, your final. Your final there. All right. So great stuff indeed. Great stuff indeed, nonetheless. All right. The Orlando Magic, they lost to the Cleveland Cavaliers 105-92, your final. Miami Heat, they lost. They beat the Chicago Bulls 107-104, your final there. The Charlotte Hornets and the Houston Rockets, they battled it out, folks. What a game yesterday in that one. The Charlotte Hornets, they improved their record to 13 and they lost, actually. They suffered their 9th loss of the season. They lost, so they go 13-9 on the season, while the Houston Rockets, ladies and gentlemen, they just picked up their 3rd win of the season. Final overtime game, 146-143, your final in that matchup, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking of the Houston Rockets, who are the teams that really pulled up this massive great game of a fashion. Grayson Matthews, he posted 20 points, 3 rebounds. Deshaun Tate, 16 points. And ladies and gentlemen, here are your 3 Musketeers. Christian Wood, 33 points, 16 rebounds, 3 assists, 16 total rebounds. Oh my God. Kevin Porter Jr., 23 points, ladies and gentlemen, 8 rebounds, 12 assists. And Eric Gordon, who posted 22 points, ladies and gentlemen, and he had 7 assists in a game. And then I believe Armani Brooks, he had a total of 15 points nonetheless. So the Houston Rockets, folks, they battled it out with the Charlotte Hornets through a heavy, high-scoring game, 146-143, your final overtime nonetheless. So what a great game. What a great game. Again, the Houston Rockets, they pick up their 3rd win of the season, while the Charlotte Hornets, they suffered their 9th loss of the season, nonetheless. All right, let's continue. Let's see. Washington Wizards, they beat the Dallas Mavericks 120-114, their final there. Pelicans, they lost to the Utah Jazz 127-105, your final score there of the night. So the Utah Jazz prevailed. Again, I think their record is 13-7 on the season, while the New Orleans Pelicans are 5-17 on the season. So they suffered their 17th loss. Again, the Utah Jazz, they improved their record to 13-7. They picked up their 13th victory of the season. So speaking of the Utah Jazz, I believe Bojan Bogdanovic, I think he had 11 points, 1 rebound, 4 assists. And then Joe Ingles, he had 15 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist. Donovan Mitchell had 21 points. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Conley had 20 points. And then Jordan Clarkson had a total of 20 points as well. So great game by the Utah Jazz nonetheless. All right, folks. So those were your NBA basketball scores from yesterday on your Saturday edition. So let's go into Sunday, folks, and here are some NBA games for your Sunday, November 28th, 2021. Let's start off with the Golden State Warriors, who are on an 8-game winning streak, facing off against the Los Angeles Clippers at Crypto Arena this afternoon. 3:30 p.m. is scheduled time. I like the Warriors going into that basketball game. The Milwaukee Bucks versus the Indiana Pacers. The Milwaukee Bucks. I picked the Milwaukee Bucks. The Milwaukee Bucks, ladies and gentlemen, are 12-8 on the season, so they're getting there. I like them against the Indiana Pacers. That game is scheduled for 5:00 p.m. this afternoon. Sacramento Kings against the Memphis Grizzlies. I like the Grizzlies in that matchup. I'll go with them this afternoon. That game is scheduled for 6:00 p.m. Eastern time. Boston Celtics at the Toronto Raptors. Let's go with the Toronto Raptors on this one. I like the Raptors. And finally, folks, oh my God, here we go. Let's talk about this game, folks. So, Isaiah Stewart versus LeBron James Part 2. Are we looking at that today? Are we looking at that matchup possibly today, folks? Isaiah Stewart versus LeBron James Part 2, folks. It is the Detroit Pistons versus the Los Angeles Lakers. I believe that game is scheduled for 9:00 tonight. 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, folks. As the Los Angeles Lakers, they tried to get their 11th win of the season. They're 10-11 on the season right now, while the Detroit Pistons are 4-15. They're trying to pick up their 5th win of the season, nonetheless. But folks, you are going to see Isaiah Stewart in the lineup today, and I think he already served his 2-game suspension. And LeBron James already served his 1-game suspension after that altercation this past week, folks. By the way, folks, if you missed what I talked about that game that happened this past week between the Detroit Pistons and the Los Angeles Lakers, please tune in to my YouTube channel. Again, Worldwide Sport Updates to find out exactly, if you haven't found out already, what exactly happened. What exactly happened between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Detroit Pistons this past week, folks? It was a definitely ugly display. What transpired with that altercation between LeBron James and Isaiah Stewart, folks? I want to ask a lot of people out there, to all my sports fans out there that love the nature of sports, that love the community of sports, that actually watch sports for the sake of all sakes. Did you feel like LeBron James deserved that slap in the wrist of a 1-game suspension? I mean, was it his fault? Was it called a dirty play on his behalf? I mean, was it intentional? Did LeBron James not mean anything by it? You know, I did talk about that in my recorded podcast this past Friday, folks, about that altercation between LeBron James and Isaiah Stewart. And folks, I mean, I want to ask you, did LeBron James deserve what he got? Did he deserve to get that slap in the wrist of a 1-game suspension? Again, was it intentional? Was it by accident on behalf of LeBron James? I mean, again, folks, also, are you in favor of Isaiah Stewart's actions towards LeBron James? I mean, to be honest with you, folks, I don't blame him. All right, I don't blame Isaiah Stewart, folks, for what he did with LeBron James. I really don't. But you have to think about it, folks. When it comes to the NBA, and you have the fans in the stands, not to mention you have kids, you have children in the stands, all right? And you're at a basketball game, and you want to see what transpired and unfolded on the court between Isaiah Stewart and LeBron James. I mean, stuff like that was uncalled for, okay? Those actions were unnecessary, inappropriate, not to mention. I mean, you could do that on the streets, all right? Leave it to the streets. But to do it on the court in the sports environment, nonetheless, in front of fans, in front of children, you know, it's too much. It's too much. I mean, not to mention you're putting the risk of not only the player's safety, but you got to think about this. You're putting the risk of the fans as well at their safety. You know, I mean, who knows what Isaiah Stewart, folks, would have done to LeBron James had those two collided bodies together. Had those two clashed bodies, folks, who knows what would have happened, all right, between Isaiah Stewart and LeBron James, folks. Who knows what would have happened? So to see that altercation, it was just uncalled for. It really was. I mean, look at they're going at it today. They're going at it tonight. Are we going to see a part two? I mean, I wonder how those two guys are going to go at it tonight. I really do. That's something I definitely want to tune into tonight. I definitely want to watch, again, Lakers versus the Pistons part two. Again, between Isaiah Stewart and LeBron James. I'm going to see. It's not going to look pretty, folks. It really is not. I kind of see. I don't think Isaiah Stewart has let bygones be bygones here. And he mentioned according to sources and according to articles and reports, I don't think it was an accident. I don't think it was something that LeBron James did by accident. I mean, I think he meant to do that intentionally. I think he did. I think he meant to do that on purpose. And I just don't forgive the guy. I think that's what Isaiah Stewart said, but he doesn't want to talk about the subject anymore. He wants to move on. But the question is, they're going at it tonight at 9:30. The question is, did Isaiah Stewart move on? That's the ultimate question. That is the ultimate question right here. Did Isaiah Stewart move on? So are we looking at a part two? Are we looking at a part two, folks? So I wonder how that's going to unfold. I really do. It's not going to look pretty. I kind of see an altercation happening today. Not to mention fines could be, and not to mention how many suspensions could be coming in today's game if Isaiah Stewart has not let this let this pass through. I think something is just not going to look too good in tonight's matchup between the Lakers and the Pistons. It's again, they're going at it, and this is not going to look like the game to watch at the Week of Heart tonight between the Lakers and the Pistons, folks. It's going to look really ugly, and I think it's going to get out of hand. I think even before tip-off starts, nonetheless. So it's not going to look good. It's not going to look good, not at all. I mean, not to mention LeBron James. He tried to do everything in his power, folks, to get the guy's phone number, to call him, to apologize. Not to mention, get this situation fixed and handled in a professionally mattered way. But Isaiah Stewart did not want any parts of it. Did not even want to hear LeBron James, breathing on the phone. Did not even want to hear his voice on the phone. Didn't even want his apology, for crying out loud. I don't know what's going to happen today, folks. So let's strap our seatbelts and wait to find out and see exactly what does truly unfold and transpire tonight between the Detroit Pistons and the Los Angeles Lakers. I mean, folks, again, LeBron James did everything in his power to handle this professionally. He tried to get the guy's phone number. He tried to handle this matter in a professional way, to apologize for the mistake that he did. That was, by mistake by LeBron James. But again, Isaiah Stewart, ladies and gentlemen, he did not want to hear it. He did not want to hear it. None whatsoever. He did not want to hear it, none whatsoever, folks. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens tonight. I actually want to tune into that game just to see how things are truly going to unfold again between the Lakers and the Pistons. I mean, this is gonna be something to look forward to, though. As far as my prediction, though, I do like the Lakers winning tonight, though. So hopefully, I mean, the last time they met, ladies and gentlemen, again, when LeBron James got ejected from the game, Russell Westbrook, he put, I think, some great numbers. I think 30-some plus points up last time the Detroit Pistons and Lakers met. And it was all behind Russell Westbrook, who beat the Detroit Pistons again in the last meeting between, again, the Detroit Pistons and the Los Angeles Lakers. So, again, the last meeting between those two teams, folks, if we could bring it back to when the last time, again, these two clubs met. Let's see here. Yeah, they met back in on Sunday, November 21st, when the Lakers beat the Detroit Pistons 121-116, your final there. And I think it was behind Anthony Davis with a total of 30 points that they posted on November 21st, 2021. And then Russell Westbrook, he posted 26 points. So it was less. I mean, so the 30 points I was talking about was Anthony Davis. It wasn't Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook was under 30. He only posted 26 points, but he did have 9 rebounds and a total of 10 assists in that game in the last meeting between the Detroit Pistons and Los Angeles Lakers. Not to mention Carmelo Anthony, he had a total of 18 points. And then Dwight Howard, he had a total of 13 points nonetheless. And then Isaiah Stewart, I think before he got kicked out of the game, he posted only 4 points. The guy that really prevailed for the Detroit Pistons almost prevailed, but it was very close for Jeremiah Grant. He could have come up with the victory for the for the Detroit Pistons to beat the Los Angeles Lakers. He came up short, but he did post 36 points, 4 rebounds, and three assists in the last meeting between the Detroit Pistons and the Los Angeles Lakers. So again, I am interested to find out exactly what's going to happen tonight between the Detroit Pistons and the Los Angeles Lakers. Again, part 2 is tonight, scheduled for 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. LeBron James is in the lineup, and Isaiah Stewart is in the lineup as well. So we're going to see how those guys really go about things. Are they going to really, go about this in a professional way, or is things really going to get out of hand, and they're going to get out of hand fast? So we'll definitely truly see how things are going to go about things later on tonight. So again, those are your basketball games. Enjoy them. So again, you got the Warriors, Clippers, Bucks, Pacers, Kings, Grizzlies, Celtics, Raptors, Pistons, and Lakers. All of those Sunday matchups right at your neighborhood fingertips on your Sunday evening tonight. So enjoy those games, folks. They'll be definitely great to watch on your Sunday, nonetheless. All right. College football. Let's talk about college football, folks. Let's get to college football Saturday. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to talk about for college football Saturday, folks. Not to mention, we got some Heisman players. Heisman players are for the runner-up, folks. So we're going to talk about that. And first of all, ladies and gentlemen, who should get recognized for Heisman yesterday? Who should get? None other than Bryce Young. Yes, I think, ladies and gentlemen, Bryce Young, folks, he let everybody in the college, across the whole college nation, across the world yesterday, folks, even though he had, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, Bryce Young, folks, and they were down in that game. They took that game to overtime, nonetheless. And ladies and gentlemen, Bryce Young, again, he let everybody know that I think he is definitely the runner-up, and he definitely is well-deserved of that Heisman winner trophy, nonetheless. I think Bryce Young has definitely put his name on notice, going possibly if he wants to pursue the NFL draft, but he's definitely the runner-up for the Heisman, nonetheless. But let's talk about the Heisman, folks. Here's the picture regarding the Heisman picture, folks. And we're going to talk about the Heisman Trophy odds, all right? So here are the Heisman Trophy odds that we are talking about. Again, C.J. Stroud is in the mix for the Heisman winner, folks. Bryce Young, again, we talked about Bryce Young. Again, what he did yesterday, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's definitely in total favorite of the Heisman winner trophy, nonetheless. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Matt Corral, ladies and gentlemen, of the Ole Miss football team. And then Kenneth Walker of the Michigan State Spartans, folks. Kenny Pickett of the Pittsburgh Panthers. Desmond Ridder of the Cincinnati Bearcats. Jordan Davis of the Georgia Bulldogs. Caleb Williams. Yeah, folks, don't forget about Caleb Williams of the Oklahoma Sooners, ladies and gentlemen. And then you got Sam Hartman, and ladies and gentlemen, of Wake Forest. And then you got Brian Robinson Jr., folks, of the Alabama Crimson Tide. And not to mention, folks, here's another guy that I want to put in the mix for college football on your Saturday. And this guy made a name for himself, ladies and gentlemen. Michigan's Eden Hutchinson, folks. He jumps on the top 6 in the 2021 Heisman Trophy odds after after Michigan Spartans beat the Ohio State Buckeyes, folks. Again, Aiden, ladies and gentlemen, again, I have to go talk about this guy. What a performance by Aiden, folks. What a performance by Aiden. And when I talk about Aiden, and I mention Aiden, folks, ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Hutchinson, he has the most sacks in Michigan. In Michigan State, Michigan Wolverines single season, folks. The most sacks in Michigan Wolverine season with total of 13. 13 sacks by Aiden Hutchinson, folks. And I think that guy deserves the Heisman in my eyes. Nonetheless, that guy has the most sacks in the Michigan Wolverines school history. It is incredible. It is incredible, folks. Nonetheless. And then, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to, again, the Michigan Wolverines on beating the Ohio State Buckeyes. Thanks to Hassan Haskins, folks, who had a total of, I believe, 30 touches, 30 carries, 174 yards through the ground, and he posted, folks, 5 touchdowns, 5 rushing touchdowns, folks, by Haskins. Wow, what a performance by Haskins, folks. What a performance nonetheless. I mean, that was a great performance by Haskins. Not to mention, folks, here's more college football news. Rivalry. Here are the rivalry wins that we witnessed in college football on Saturday. You had Michigan, Oklahoma State, and Minnesota. They had a combined, ladies and gentlemen, 4 rivalry wins since 2010. All 3 teams, especially, they won on Saturday, folks. Yes, they won on Saturday, folks. So, again, combine those guys. Combine those teams that I mentioned. Michigan, Oklahoma State, Minnesota. Again, combine 4 rivalry wins since the year 2010, folks. Again, all 3 teams, all those teams I mentioned, they won on Saturday, folks. Incredible. All rivalry wins, nonetheless. So, what a great way to label them. Nonetheless. So, great stuff indeed. Great stuff indeed, folks. So, great piece of history, and what a college football Saturday it was, nonetheless. So, again, you talk about Aiden Hutchinson. I think that guy deserves the Heisman in my eyes. I really do. After that performance against the Ohio State Buckeyes, he definitely deserves it in my eyes, folks. He definitely does. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Hassan Haskins, not only did he perform 5 rushing touchdowns, 174 yards through the ground, and he had 30 carries, but ladies and gentlemen, Michigan Wolverines upsetting the Ohio State Buckeyes, ranked number 2. That is their first win in rivalry since the year 2011, folks. Yes, since the year 2011. Can you believe it? Yeah. So congratulations to the Michigan Wolverines, nonetheless. Yes. So great stuff indeed. And they prevailed, and they beat Ohio State Buckeyes. Who knew they would beat the Ohio State Buckeyes? And not to mention, they had a little bit of fights going into halftime. That locker room started colliding with an altercation, and then it also continued into the third quarter as well. So, not a great showing indeed. More college football news I want to point out, ladies and gentlemen. The Pac-12 tailgate dives into history of the Tutorial Cup, the oldest rivalry trophy in the NCAA. Yes, that's coming from the Pac-12, folks. Yeah, they dive into history for the Tutorial Cup, the oldest trophy in the NCAA era, nonetheless. So, great stuff indeed. And what I mean by that, folks, is it's dating back to all the way to 1899, the year 1899, folks. Yep, that oldest trophy in the NCAA era, folks, dating back to the year 1899. Yeah, 1899, folks. Wow. Tremendously wow. All right. So again, folks, talking about Bryce Young, I go back to Bryce Young and his Heisman potential winner, your potential Heisman winner. Again, he had 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, even though it was a bad day for him. Again, I think in my opinion, I think he's gonna be he's definitely gonna be the chosen one for the Heisman Trophy winner, nonetheless. But again, they beat Auburn, ladies and gentlemen, 4 overtimes to remain playoff hopefuls. Yeah, so Alabama did everything in their taking. Alabama Crimson Tide, folks, they did everything in their taking, including Bryce Young, folks, to carry that team through 60 minutes of football and the 4 overtimes included, folks. The 4 overtimes included. Bryce Young did it all, folks. He did it all. He did it all for the Alabama Crimson Tide. He definitely did. He definitely did. So, Alabama, man, 4 overtimes to beat Auburn. Wow. Tremendously wow. And we'll get to that score in a couple minutes, though. All right. One more college football news I would like to share. And this was from Friday's college football, ladies and gentlemen. Breece Hall sets a NCAA record with a rushing touchdown in 24 consecutive games. And I believe he did that on Friday against TCU, folks. So the Cyclones game. Yep. So the Iowa State Cyclones, they beat TCU again. Final score was 48-14 in a massacre fashion of a football game there in the college regular season finale there, ladies and gentlemen. And then again, Breece Hall, he did it all, folks. He sets an NCAA record with rushing touchdown number 24 in the 24 consecutive games. Yeah, rushing touchdown in 24 consecutive games. Actually, I meant to say. So Breece Hall, folks. Breece Hall, he did it all. He did it all. When you need Breece Hall, he's there, folks. He's there. He's there. He did it. He did it. So in 24 consecutive games, ladies and gentlemen, he did it. Breece Hall sets a new NCAA record. So he did it in great fashion against TCU on Friday, nonetheless. He had, 242 yards on Friday, 18 carries, and I think he posted 4 touchdowns. Yes, he posted 4 touchdowns, and 3 scores were on the ground, nonetheless. So great stuff by Breece Hall, folks. Great stuff. And I think he broke the previous record of former Arkansas running back Bill Burnett. He broke that record from the previous Arkansas running back, Bill Burnett, folks, who rushed for 23 consecutive games between the year 1968 to the year 1970, folks. So, again, awesome stuff by Breece Hall, folks. Awesome stuff by Breece Hall. And what a great way to do it under the lights on Friday, nonetheless. So, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Again, ladies and gentlemen, here's your stats for Breece Hall. He finished the season with 1,230 yards on 235 carries, posted 21 touchdowns while averaging 5.2 yards per carry. He recorded his second consecutive season with 20 rushing touchdowns and now sits with 50 touchdowns on the ground through 36 games, folks. Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff by Breece Hall. So what a great way to do it for that running back, nonetheless. So that's a great piece of history, folks. That definitely is a great piece of history coming from Breece Hall to set that record in the picture of the NCAA, nonetheless. So good. Good. All right. Let's talk about college football Saturday, nonetheless, folks. Let's talk about college football recaps, nonetheless. And also, here we go. I actually got my hands on before even the college football rankings get distributed, ladies and gentlemen. Before they even get published, they're not supposed to get published until 2:00 p.m. this afternoon. Hats off. I give my props. I tip my hat. I tip my hat off to my sports marketer. He actually got his hands on the AP top 25 college football rankings going into this morning before they even get published and distributed out to the public at 2 p.m. So I have it right now. right now in front of me, folks. I have it right now, and I'm gonna tell you exactly where each team is right now falling in the college football rankings. And here we go. I got an answer for you, folks. Penn State is out from the college football rankings. Yes, I think they came in yesterday in the college football rankings, but after at the hands at the loss at the hands of the Michigan State Spartans, they're out of the picture, folks. They're out of the picture. I'm gonna give you my top 25 college football rankings after we give you the college football scores from your Saturday, nonetheless. So we're gonna go over that right now, recapping your college football Saturday games. And ladies and gentlemen, again, we had some upsets. We definitely had some upsets. Again, teams have secured their potential to go to the playoffs, and not to mention, we already have some playoff games set in stone going into next week, which I am going to throw out there to you and give you exactly who are the games that for college that are going to be playing next week. So I have everything in front of me right here, folks, that I am going to give to you right at your fingertips, nonetheless. So this is what we're all about, folks. This is what we're all about. So giving you the latest updates, exactly what's going on. So we got our hands on it, and we're gonna share it. We're gonna share it nonetheless. All right, here we go. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. All right, college football. Let us start with Akron versus Toledo. Toledo, they beat Akron. Your final score there, 49-14. Yeah, you're 49-14 your final. Toledo, 7-5. They finished the regular season. 5-3 in the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, while Arkansas, well, they're actually out until next year. Arkansas, they finished the regular season 2-10. 1-7 in the conference, nonetheless, in the MAC standings. So that's your final there. 49-14 Toledo. Ohio State Buckeyes, Michigan. Again, this is a game that we were talking about. Congratulations to the Michigan Wolverines. Michigan Wolverines, they beat Ohio State Buckeyes after Ohio State Buckeyes last week. They beat the Michigan State Spartans. I don't know how they couldn't beat Michigan Wolverines. But anyway, Michigan Wolverines are the real deal, folks. They are the real team nonetheless. They improved their record to 11-1. Yeah, Michigan Wolverines are standing tall, folks. They are standing tall. They actually are the better team than the Michigan State Spartans. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I go back, folks, and when I was talking about my previous podcasts, exactly who's going to be the better team out of the state of Michigan, folks. And look who definitely showed their true colors. And it's the Michigan Wolverines that prevailed and have shown to the whole world that the Michigan Wolverines are definitely they are the greatest team after having a tough 2020 season because of COVID. Look at that whole season turnaround. Look at that whole season turnaround for the Michigan Wolverines, folks. Look at that whole season turnaround. After having such a tough 2020 season by the Michigan Wolverines, look at what they did and they accomplished going into this year, folks. The best record actually in college football right now. The Michigan Wolverines. That's besides the Cincinnati Bearcats. That's besides the Georgia Bulldogs. Those guys are undefeated. They are undefeated, but folks, this is the focal point. This is the focus on the Michigan Wolverines, who are standing tall, ladies and gentlemen, in the Big Ten, standings at 11-1, the best conference of them all. 8-1. I mean, again, Ohio State Buckeyes are 8-1 in the conference, but they are in first place in the Big Ten East. Again, 8-1, 11-1 in the Big Ten. They're the only team standing tall, nonetheless. So, Michigan Wolverines, congratulations to you. 42-7 was your final there, and we will talk about the college football rankings nonetheless, and where they truly stand. And you're gonna. I mean, it's not really that much of a surprise either. Again, even though the Ohio State Buckeyes lost, you're gonna be surprised where they stand in the standings. In the college football rankings, nonetheless. So again, final score 42-27. Your final there, Michigan Wolverines prevailed. 42-27, your final. All right. The Houston Cougars at Connecticut. Houston Cougars, man, these Cougars. ladies and gentlemen. These Cougars are something else. Final score 45-17. Your final there. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Cougars, I believe they improved their record to 11-1 as well. Yeah. So yeah, they're 11-1 as well. The Houston Cougars beating the Connecticut Huskies, who are 1-11 on the season. Again, wow. The Houston Cougars are something right now. They are definitely also a team that is college playoff eligible. They're gonna be playing a bowl game nonetheless. So the Houston Cougars, man, dominating fashion against the Connecticut Huskies, 45-17, your final nonetheless. So great stuff there. Great stuff by the Houston Cougars. Yes. Yup. All right. Let's continue. All right. Florida State at Florida, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the Florida Gators, they finished 7-5 on the season. Actually, excuse me, they finished 6-6 on the season. Florida Gators, they beat Florida State 24-21, your final there. As far as Florida State is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, FSU. Well, FSU, ladies and gentlemen, in the ACC standings, they fall to 5-7 on the season. So again, 24-21, your final. All right. So yeah, it was a low scoring game, but the Gators, they figured out how to win a football game, and they picked up their sixth win of the regular season nonetheless. 24-21, your final. Georgia Bulldogs, none to say about the Georgia Bulldogs, folks. None to say at all. 45-0. The Georgia Tech had no answer for the Georgia Bulldogs. Ladies and gentlemen, again, 45-0, your final score there. Ladies and gentlemen, the Georgia Bulldogs, they finished the college football regular season 12-0, folks. 8-0 in the best conference in the SEC standings. Again, 45-0. Georgia Bulldogs are definitely hungry and ready to go as college playoffs get underway. Wake Forest, they finished the season, ladies and gentlemen, beating Boston College 41-10. I believe Wake Forest, they improved their record to 10-2, 7-2 in the conference. As far as BC is concerned, again, Boston College, they lost 41-10. Boston College, they finished the season 6-6, 2-6 in the conference. All right. Maryland at Rutgers. Maryland, they beat Rutgers 40-16, your final. Army at Liberty. Army beat Liberty 31-16, your final. Texas Tech at Baylor. Baylor beat Texas Tech 27-24, your final there. Navy at Temple Owls. The Navy beat Temple Owls 38-14, your final. Miami, Ohio at Kent State. Kent State beat Miami, Ohio in overtime. Again, 1-point game there. Kent State beat them 48-47, your final. And I believe Kent State, well, they improved their record to 7-5 on the season. Ladies and gentlemen, while Miami, Ohio, 6-6 on the season, 5-3 in the conference. Kent State is 6-2 in the conference nonetheless. So Kent State Golden Flashes, again, 7-5 for the college football season finale. Miami Hurricanes at Duke. Miami Hurricanes 47-10, your final there. And I believe Miami Hurricanes, they finished the college regular season at 7-5 as well, 5-3 in the ACC standings. While, ladies and gentlemen, I believe Duke, they fall to 3-9, and they did not pick up a conference win the whole entire season of college football. They fall to 0-8 in the conference. So again, Miami Hurricanes beat Duke 47-10, and I think that was a conference college football game nonetheless. Louisiana Tech at Rice. Louisiana Tech, Louisiana Tech lost to Rice. I'm sorry. Rice beat Louisiana Tech 35-31, your final. Texas San Antonio at North Texas. North Texas beats Texas San Antonio 45-23, your final. Charlotte at Old Dominion. Old Dominion, they beat Charlotte 56-34, your final. Texas State at Arkansas State. Arkansas State, they lost to Texas State 24-22, your final there. And I believe Texas State, ladies and gentlemen, in the S-Belt standings, they improved their record to 4-8. They picked up their fourth win of the season, 3-5 in the conference for Texas State. And Arkansas, ladies and gentlemen, well, they're 2-10. They're 1-7 in the conference as well. So nothing to really talk about there. 20 again. 24-22, your final. Excuse me. Troy at Georgia State. Georgia State, they beat Troy 37-10, your final. Georgia Southern at Appalachian State. Appalachian State, they beat Georgia Southern 27-3. And I believe the Appalachian State Mountaineers, well, they improved their record to 10-2. Best conference team, nonetheless, 7-1. While Georgia Southern folks, well, they are 3-9. They finished the college football regular season 3-9, 2-6 in the overall conference, nonetheless. So 27-3, your final. Hawaii at Wyoming. Hawaii, they beat Wyoming 38-14. And I believe Hawaii, ladies and gentlemen, they improved their record to 6-7. So they got their 6th win of the season. They're 3-5 in the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, while Wyoming, well, they're 6-6. They finished the season 2-6 in the conference, nonetheless. Florida International at Southern Miss. Southern Miss, they beat Florida International 37-17, your final. Mass against New Mexico State. Mass, they lost to New Mexico State 44-27, your final. All right. Alabama Crimson Tide at Auburn, ladies and gentlemen. This is the one I was talking about. Alabama Crimson Tide at Auburn Tigers. Auburn Tigers, ladies and gentlemen. Well, they lost 6-6 on the season, 3-5 in the conference, ladies and gentlemen. While Alabama, well, they are the best team in the record, nonetheless, in SEC standings. 11-1. They're 7-1 in the conference. They're behind the Georgia Bulldogs, nonetheless, with again, who are 12-0 in the SEC, 8-0 in the conference. So they are second behind Georgia Bulldogs. So Georgia Bulldogs are first, and the Alabama Crimson Tide are second. So again, Alabama Crimson Tide are 11-1. They're 7-1 in the conference. Again, they beat Auburn Tigers, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, that game went to overtime. 4 overtimes, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Bryce Young, folks. Alabama Crimson Tide, they beat Auburn Tigers 24-22, your final in that matchup. And speaking again, Bryce Young, folks, he did not have such a big game. He did not have a good game. Again, nonetheless, again, they improved their record to 11-1. But if you talk about Bryce Young, his stats again, they were 25 for 51 completion attempts, 317 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. And then J. Corey Brooks, the wide receiver picture, he posted 1 touchdown. He had 2 reception carries, and he posted 49 reception yards nonetheless. So again, the running game, really not much to say about it. I mean, Brian Robinson Jr., he posted 71 yards through the ground. And then behind him was Trey Sanders, who had 23 yards on the ground. He had 10 carries. And then Brian Robinson Jr., he had 16 carries, but nobody from the backfield position posted any touchdowns. So again, Alabama Crimson Tide, they beat Auburn Tigers 24-22, as the Auburn Tigers, well, they fall to 6-6 on the regular season, season finale of college football, nonetheless. So again, 24-22, your final. All right. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so yeah, 24-22, close game too. It was definitely a close game, but Alabama, ladies and gentlemen, Crimson Tide, give your hats off to them. They stick through thick and thin. They stick through thick and thin, folks, to come up with the victory and keep their college playoff hopes alive. Nonetheless, against the Auburn Tigers. And they had to do not only did they have to do 60 minutes of football playing time, but they also did it in a whopping 4 overtime victories to close out the Auburn Tigers and get them out of the picture. Nonetheless, so they did it very good, and they did it awesome job nonetheless. So awesome stuff. All right. Penn State at Michigan State Spartans. Again, the Michigan State Spartans, they beat, ladies and gentlemen, the Penn State Nittany Lions 30-27. Your final there. ladies and gentlemen, the Penn State Nittany Lions, well, they fall to 7-5 on your college football regular season finale. Yep, they're 4-5 in the conference, while the Michigan State Spartans, folks, well, they finished the regular season 10-2 nonetheless. And I believe they're 7-2 in the conference also. So the Michigan State Spartans, final score 30-27, not to mention it was a snow game. So again, that's your final there. I don't know about Penn State, folks. I don't know if they're going to be eligible for a college bowl game. We'll see. We'll keep you up to date and posted on that. But they did fall in the college football rankings nonetheless. So not good, especially James Franklin, who signed a 10-year contract this past week. I don't know what Penn State Nittany Lions are thinking about posting. Giving James Franklin that huge humongous deal nonetheless. Again, a 10-year contract by James Franklin for the Penn State Nittany Lions. So James Franklin, folks, he will not be going anywhere anytime soon, nonetheless. So again, 30-27, Michigan State Spartans, they beat Penn State Nittany Lions. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I think I mentioned New Mexico State. They beat Massachusetts 44-27 in your final. Northwestern at Illinois. Illinois, they beat Northwestern 47-14 in your final. And then Indiana at Purdue. Purdue, ladies and gentlemen, they beat Indiana 44-7. And I believe Purdue Boilermakers, they improved their record to 8-4 on the season, 6-3 in the conference. While the, ladies and gentlemen, IU football team, 2-10, and they're 0-9 in the conference for the Indiana Hoosiers, who did not even pick up one conference win game at all this college football regular season. So again, they fall, and they will have to try better luck next year, nonetheless. All right, so Purdue, they beat them 44-7 in your final. All right, Oregon State at Oregon, Oregon State at Oregon Ducks. The Oregon Ducks, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to them. They have made the College Bowl playoffs, nonetheless. They beat the Oregon State, ladies and gentlemen, 38-29. Your final there. And as far as Oregon Ducks are concerned, they are 10-2 in the Pac-12, 7-2 in the conference, ladies and gentlemen. And as far as Oregon State is concerned, well, 7-5 in the Pac-12 standings, and they're 5-4 in the conference nonetheless. So that's your final matchup there. 38-29, your final. Excuse me. Western Kentucky at Marshall. Western Kentucky, they beat Marshall 53-21. Your final there. Virginia Tech at Virginia. Virginia Tech, they beat Virginia 29-24. Your final. Vanderbilt at Tennessee. Tennessee, they beat Vanderbilt 45-21. Your final. Wisconsin at Minnesota. Minnesota, they beat Wisconsin 23. 23-13. Your final there, and by 10 points. Minnesota, they beat Wisconsin again. Minnesota, again, those were one of the Pac-12s. Not to mention, actually, no, excuse me, not the Pac-12. One of the big the rivalry games I mentioned. From those three rivalry games that I mentioned earlier, they all of them winning on Saturday. And Minnesota the Golden Gophers, they were one of them, beating Wisconsin by 10 points, 23-13. Again, your final, as Minnesota in the Big Ten standings, they improved to 8-4, 6-3 in the conference. While Wisconsin, folks, well, they fall to 8-4 as well. And they're 6-3 in the conference as well. So Minnesota and Wisconsin are both right where they need to be to finishing 8-4 for the regular season, nonetheless. All right, so that's your Big Ten standings there. All right, Arizona at Arizona State. Arizona State, they beat Arizona 38-15. Your final. UL Monroe at UL Lafayette. UL Lafayette, they beat UL Monroe 21-16. Your final. Your final there. All right. So far, those are your college football games going into your Saturday. And then you have Vanderbilt at Tennessee, folks, who prevailed again, Tennessee prevailed against Vanderbilt, 45-21. Your final. I think we mentioned that. Yep. So, and then Tulsa at Southern Methodist, SMU folks. They lost to Tulsa Green Waves. The Tulsa Green Waves, they beat Southern Methodist again, Tulsa Golden Hurricanes, I'm sorry. Tulsa Golden Hurricanes, they beat SMU 34-31 your final. Western Virginia at Kansas. Western Virginia, they beat Kansas 34-28 your final. Texas A&M at Louisiana State. Louisiana State, they beat Texas A&M 27-24 your final there. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the LSU Tigers, this was Ed Orgeron's final game with the Louisiana Tigers, folks. Yes. If you have not heard it, you've heard it now. Ed Orgeron, this was his last game after picking up a victory yesterday in college football regular season finale. Again, the Louisiana Tigers, they beat Texas A&M 27-24. And LSU, ladies and gentlemen, well, they're 6-6 on the regular season, 3-5 in the conference. While Texas A&M, well, ladies and gentlemen, they are 8-4, and they're 4-4 in the SEC standings, nonetheless. So that was your final matchup there by 3 points, 27-24, your final. Middle Tennessee at Florida Atlantic. Middle Tennessee, they beat Florida Atlantic 27-17, your final there by 10 points. Clemson at South Carolina. Clemson, congratulations to you. I believe they did make college bowl eligible. They are a college playoff bowl eligible team. They beat South Carolina 30-0 was your final there, as they improved their record to 9-3, 6-2 in the conference. And the Clemson Tigers, ladies and gentlemen, they did all this after losing, ladies and gentlemen, their quarterback to the NFL. So awesome stuff. You know, I mean, this is the Clemson did all this without ladies and gentlemen, without Trevor Lawrence, folks. Without Trevor Lawrence, Clemson Tigers, again, they have a winning season in the ACC standings at 9-3, 6-2 in the conference, nonetheless. As far as South Carolina is concerned, well, I believe South Carolina is 6-6, 3-5 in the conference in the SEC standings, nonetheless. So, again, 30-0 was your final. All right, Pittsburgh Panthers. Again, yes, Pittsburgh. Yeah, the Pittsburgh Panthers at Syracuse. Again, the Syracuse football team, the Syracuse Orange football team, folks. They lost to the Pittsburgh Panthers 31-14 your final. The Pittsburgh Panthers, ladies and gentlemen, they improved their record to 10-2, 7-1 in the conference, while the Syracuse Orange football team, well, they fall to 5-7. They're 2-6 in the conference, nonetheless. So congratulations to the Pittsburgh Panthers on finishing the regular season on a good note, 31-14. All right, Oklahoma Sooners at the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Oklahoma State Cowboys, they beat Oklahoma Sooners 37-33, your final. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe the Oklahoma State Cowboys are 11-1 in the Big 12 standings, 8-1 in the conference. While Oklahoma, ladies and gentlemen, in the Big 12 standings, they suffered their second loss of the season, and they're 7-2 in the conference, nonetheless. So, not a good showing for the Oklahoma Sooners, but they did everything they can. And hopefully we see them in the playoffs nonetheless. All right, 37-33, your final. Kentucky at Louisville. Kentucky, they beat Louisville 52-21, your final. Tulane Green Waves at Memphis, 33-28. Memphis beat Tulane Green Waves 33-28, your final. Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Notre Dame Fighting Irish, ladies and gentlemen, they continue to be that great of a football team nonetheless in the INDEP standings as they improved their record to 11-1. Again, they beat Stanford 45-14 nonetheless. And what a great dominating fashion by fighting the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. This is a great football team to watch nonetheless. So hats off to the Fighting Irish on a dominating performance in beating Stanford 45-14. Nevada at Colorado State. Nevada, they beat Colorado State 52-10 your final, ladies and gentlemen, there. And then California at UCLA, the UCLA Bruins, they beat California 42-14 your final. And I believe UCLA and Chip Kelly, they improved their record to 8-4, 6-3 in the conference. While California, well, they fall to 4-7, 3-5 in the conference nonetheless. So 42-14, their final there for the UCLA Bruins. And ladies and gentlemen, your final game of college football season finale of NCAA men's college football. BYU, Birmingham Young at Southern California. BYU, Birmingham Young, they beat Southern California 35-31, your final there. And I believe Birmingham Young in the INDEP standings, they improved their record to 10-2, ladies and gentlemen. And the USC Southern California Trojans, well, they fall to 4-7, 3-5 in the conference overall in the Pac-12 standings nonetheless. All right, so that is all your college football recap of your Saturday, folks, and we did go over them. Hopefully, I did not miss any of these games. Hopefully, we went all over them. Again, Florida International, Southern Miss, Troy at Georgia State, Georgia Southern at Appalachian, Charlotte at Old Domain. I think Old Dominion, beat Charlotte. Texas, Old Dominion beat Charlotte. Again, Texas State, Arkansas State. That was a close game there. Texas State beat Arkansas 24-22. All those, ladies and gentlemen, were your college football games for your Saturday, November 27, 2021. Their college regular season finale of college football. All right, now we focus on the college playoffs. We already have college playoff games, folks. They're already set in stone. They're ready to go. And we're definitely all ready to give them to you. So here they are. So here are the matchups, ladies and gentlemen, going into next week for your college football. Again, as the playoffs really get underway. On Friday, December 3rd, ladies and gentlemen, here's our first college playoff game. It will be Oregon, ladies and gentlemen, versus Utah. All right, that will be scheduled for 8:00 p.m. Eastern time. Oregon is 10-2 against Utah, who are 9-3. So you got the Oregon Ducks, ladies and gentlemen, going up against the Utah Utes. The Utah Utes, folks. All right, again, their last game was on November 26th, this past Friday, where they beat Colorado 28-13, or final there. So they're 9-3 on the season, and they will be going head-to-head against the Oregon Ducks on Friday, December 3rd, 2021, scheduled for 8:00 p.m. Eastern time. Now, here are your Saturday, December 4th games that we have in store for you. Something to look forward to next week as the college playoffs get underway right at your doorstep, nonetheless, at your local neighborhood. Southern California at California. Ladies and gentlemen, again, time is yet to be determined, but they'll be scheduled to play Saturday, December 4th, 2021. It'll be USC, Southern California, at California. So the Southern California Trojans, ladies and gentlemen, even though they are 4-7, they're going to continue playing, I think, next week. So again, they'll be going up against California nonetheless. I don't think that's a playoff game, though. I think that's still a regular season game. Anybody that's still, that's actually out of the playoffs, their regular season continues, I believe. So you're gonna see a mix of playoff games next week, and you're gonna see a mix of still college regular season still going for the players. For the teams that have a losing record. Again, the Southern California, they have a losing record. They're 4-7. But I think if you talk about the Southern California Trojans and their conference record, nonetheless, they're 3-5. So maybe that's why they're in it. I don't know, but it could be still a regular season game for them. I don't know what it is, but again, you're talking both teams, both clubs here, school history teams here at 4-7. So something has to give. I don't know, but again, they're scheduled to go December 4th, 2021 next week. All right. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you have Kent State at Northern Illinois. That game is scheduled for 12:00 p.m. Eastern on December 4th. Kent State is 7-5. You got Northern Illinois, who are 8-4. They're scheduled to play next Saturday, December 4th, 2021. And then you got Baylor at Oklahoma State Cowboys. Oklahoma State Cowboys are 11-1. You got Baylor at 10-2. They're scheduled to play 12:00 p.m. Eastern time next Saturday, December 4th, 2021. And then you got Utah State at San Diego State. San Diego State 11-1 against Utah State 9-3. They're scheduled to go 3 o'clock p.m. December 4, 2021. And then you got Appalachian State at UL Lafayette. UL Lafayette will be playing Appalachian State. Again, scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, December 4, 2021. 11-1 versus a 10-2 Appalachian State team. And then you got the Houston Cougars against the Cincinnati Bearcats. Ladies and gentlemen, scheduled for 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Houston Cougars are 11-1 going against the undefeated Cincinnati Bearcats, who are 12-0. And that is scheduled again for 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. That's going to be a great epic game nonetheless. And then you got the Georgia Bulldogs against the Alabama Crimson Tide. Again, scheduled for 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. 12-0 versus the 11-1 Crimson Tide team. Alabama Crimson Tide team. And then you got the Pittsburgh Panthers against Wake Forest. Pittsburgh Panthers are 10-2 against Wake Forest, who are 10-2. That is scheduled for 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. And then you got the Iowa Hawkeyes, ladies and gentlemen, scheduled to play the Michigan Wolverines. 10-2 Iowa Hawkeyes versus Michigan Wolverines, who are 11-1. That game will kick off for you next Saturday, December 4th at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. So those are your December 4, 2021 football games going into next week. So you're going to see a mix of maybe maybe they are college football playoffs. I mean, you have a 4-7 team probably fighting for the for college playoff positions still. But again, we'll see what happens with the Southern Trojans. Again, maybe it could still be a regular season game. I don't know what the heck it is, but we'll see what's going on. I think it is maybe a bowl game, but everybody that I mentioned are now technically in the college playoffs nonetheless. So again, the greatest game of all time next week, it is definitely going to be that Georgia Bulldogs game versus the Alabama Crimson Tide nonetheless. That's going to be an awesome, epic game to watch nonetheless. So awesome stuff. All right, folks, here we go. And this is now what I want to talk about. The AP college football rankings. It is supposed to be scheduled to get published out to the public at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time today. But ladies and gentlemen, here are your college football rankings right now going into this week. You got the Georgia Bulldogs. Yep. No brainer. 12-game winning streak, folks. They are number 1. Ohio State Buckeyes, even though they lost yesterday, they are ranked number 2 in the college football rankings. They're still going to stay. Even though Ohio State Buckeyes lost to the Michigan Wolverines, they're going to still stay in the college football rankings at number 2. Unless something changes this afternoon at 2 o'clock p.m. when it gets distributed out to the public, it might happen. They might fall, but they're not going to fall significantly, though. Okay, they're going to be falling a few spots, but they're on a 1-game losing streak, and they're sitting at number 2. Alabama Crimson Tide, they're sitting at number 3 on a 6-game winning streak, folks. That's where they stand at the college football rankings. Cincinnati Bearcats, again, they're unbelievable 12-game winning streak. They're undefeated winning streak. They are sitting at 4-0. They're sitting at college ranking number 4 in the college football rankings. Notre Dame Fighting Irish, they're number 5 in the college football rankings. They're riding a 7-game winning streak, folks. 7-game winning streak. And then you got Michigan Wolverines, who are a 4-game winning streak team right now. They're sitting at number 6. And then you got Oklahoma State Cowboys, who are riding a 5-game winning streak. And then the Mississippi Ole Miss football team, who is riding a 4-game winning streak. And then you got Baylor football team, who is riding a 3-game winning streak going into the playoffs. And then the Oklahoma Sooners, who are going to go into the college playoffs with a 1-game losing streak. You got the Oregon Ducks, 1-game winning streak. Michigan State Spartans, 1-game winning streak. BYU, Birmingham Young, 5-game winning streak. 5-game winning streak for the BYU football team. Texas A&M, 1-game losing streak. And then you got UTSA, 1-game losing streak going in. Then you got the Utah Utes on a 5-game winning streak. The Iowa Hawkeyes, 4-game winning streak. Wisconsin Badgers, you got them on a 1-game losing streak. You got the Houston Cougars riding an 11-game winning streak, folks. And then you got the Pittsburgh Panthers on a 4-game winning streak. You got the Wake Forest team who are riding a 1-game winning streak. You got the San Diego State that are riding a 4-game winning streak. You got the Louisiana team that are riding the Louisiana region Cajuns, the Louisiana region Cajuns, who are riding a 11-game winning streak. You got the North Carolina State football team that is riding a 2-game winning streak. And then finally, the Arkansas Razorbacks, who are riding a one-game winning streak going into the college playoffs, folks. Wow, incredible stuff. Incredible stuff nonetheless. That is your college football news, folks. That is your college football news. Wow. That is your college football news. As we wrap up college regular season finale, and we focus on the college playoffs and what's the stack at hand now going into the month of December and going into your month of January, nonetheless. So, awesome stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome stuff indeed. So that's truly unfolding and right at your doorstep, nonetheless. So great. All right. So those were your college football rankings. Some of them might change, ladies and gentlemen. So just keep a close eye at 2:00 p.m. Eastern time. Some of them might change. Some of them might stay the same, but they're going to catch you by surprise nonetheless. But this is where right now, currently, the teams are sitting at after after winning yesterday and taking a loss yesterday, nonetheless. But again, come 2:00 p.m., anything could change. Anything could change going into as we focus our point into the playoffs. So, I mean, these new rankings are going to come out at 2:00. They're going to be playoff rankings pretty much going into today. So we're still going to get a top 25 nonetheless, regardless of what happens. So awesome stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome stuff. All right. Ready for the NFL? Are we ready for the NFL? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Week 12 of the NFL. Can you believe it's week 12? Can you believe it's week 12? We are, almost 6 weeks left into the NFL before it wraps up. I mean, we're on an 18-week schedule here now. So, can you believe it, though? Can you believe it? We're definitely almost close to the window point of the NFL coming to an end. That is crazy. That is crazy, folks, that the NFL is almost close to closing out. So it is definitely crazy indeed. All right. First, before we get into before we get into NFL Sunday games for your Sunday, let's talk about Thanksgiving games. And here are my takeaways. The Raiders, they pulled off an upset at Arlington, Texas against the Dallas Cowboys. Who saw that coming, huh? Who saw that coming? Who saw the Las Vegas Raiders beat the Dallas Cowboys, folks? You know the Dallas Cowboys, they lost from that division. Yeah. The only team they really beat in that division was the Los Angeles Chargers. That's the only team they beat. The 3 teams that they lost in that division was the Denver Broncos at Arlington, Texas. They lost to the Las Vegas Raiders. And they lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. They lost to Kansas City, the Raiders, and the Denver Broncos, folks. And look at where the Dallas Cowboys are at. Look at where the Dallas Cowboys are sitting at right now. Yeah. Look at where they're sitting at. 7-4. 7-4. The good news out of the Dallas Cowboys organization is CeeDee Lamb is expected to play against the New Orleans Saints after this mini bye week. All right. He did not play against the Las Vegas Raiders, if anybody recalls. All right. He did not play against the Las Vegas Raiders this past week on Thanksgiving. So just be aware that, I mean, it's not because, ladies and gentlemen, it's not because of CeeDee Lamb the Dallas Cowboys lost. It's not because of that. I mean, they had Dak Prescott. I mean, Ezekiel Elliott. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys almost had this game. All right, they went to overtime, and they still had no answer for the Las Vegas Raiders. I mean, good news for the Las Vegas Raiders. They kept their playoff hopes alive. Yeah, they did. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? I want to talk about the NFC East real quick. All right, I want to talk about the NFC East. With the Dallas Cowboys suffering their 4th loss now. Okay, they're 7-4. All right, you have a 7-4 Dallas Cowboys team. You got the Philadelphia Eagles, who are 4-6. You got the other team that is 4-6, the Washington football team, I believe. And then you got the New York Giants, who are 3-7. Out of those two 4-6 teams, the Washington football team and the Philadelphia Eagles, which one of those teams has a legitimate shot of taking the NFC East? Who do you think has a shot? Who do you think could come down to where it matters the most come, let's say come week 17, week 18 of the NFL? Where does it matter the most? Which team, ladies and gentlemen, is it going to come down to? I think, ladies and gentlemen, this past two games, the Philadelphia Eagles encountered, not only beating the New Orleans Saints, again, going up against a number one ranked rushing defense. Is it passing defense or rushing defense? They went up against the New Orleans Saints, number one defense. Yeah. And Jalen Hurts dominated that New Orleans Saints team last week on the ground, folks, using his legs very effectively. Very effectively, folks. Jalen Hurts did the ultimate impossible fashion against the New Orleans Saints. Not to mention, he beat the Denver Broncos weeks prior. So he beat the Denver Broncos, and now, after taking that loss against the Los Angeles Chargers, but they lost to the Los Angeles Chargers, but then they beat the Denver Broncos and they beat the New Orleans Saints. Again, they went up against the number one defense in New Orleans, folks. And Jalen Hurts dominated that number one defense on the ground. 60 minutes of football. No turnovers, dominate, using his legs very effectively. The question is now, is Jalen Hurts the real deal, folks? Is he peaking at the right time? Are the Philadelphia Eagles the real deal in that division? Now, are they a spoiler team? Are they a surprising team to possibly get into the playoff picture? Things are definitely juicing up in the NFL, folks. And not to mention, look at the Eagles' schedule. Look at the Eagles' schedule these remaining weeks going into the month of December. And not to mention, history speaks for itself. The Dallas Cowboys, folks, they're not all that great in the month of December. Catchy. You know, is that gonna haunt them a little bit in the month of December? Is that gonna haunt them in the month of December, huh? Dallas Cowboys, are you listening to this? Is that gonna haunt you in the month of December? You know, your record does not speak for itself very good. And not to mention, I don't know what the heck they ate on Thanksgiving. I don't even know what the heck, besides the turkey and the mashed potatoes and the gravy and the beans and the carrots. But now I got all myself all hungry and stuff. But folks, I mean, think about this. I mean, are the Dallas Cowboys, and not to mention Ezekiel Elliott, he might not even play next week against the New Orleans Saints. Yeah, so you know, things are wah wah wah. Yo, I mean, this is something to you know, keep a very close eye on here, because are the tables turning in favor of the Philadelphia Eagles here? You know, I mean, the Washington football team, they lost Chase Young, so for the whole season with a torn ACL. So that kind of gives the open window momentum, the riding momentum for the Philadelphia Eagles to run away with this division. Not to mention they go up against a New York Giants football team this afternoon who are sitting at 3-7, folks. Yeah. Saquon Barkley is expected to play, I think, from what I heard. So, you know, I mean, are the Eagles definitely in favor of this division now? You know, I mean, they played the New York Giants, they played the Washington football team going into these next couple weeks. They played the New York Jets again. You know, I mean, it's staying at MetLife Stadium. They're not traveling, folks. The Philadelphia Eagles, when they travel up to MetLife Stadium, they play the New York Jets, and then they stay at MetLife to play the New York Football Giants. So they're not doing so much of a travel, folks. And then they have to travel to Washington to play the Washington football team. And then all of a sudden, you know what? You know, come week 18, they're wrapping it up against the Dallas Cowboys. Not to mention where? At Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. Is it possible, folks? Is it possible the Philadelphia Eagles might be looking at a 10-6 record? They're only 4-6. Their schedule doesn't get any easier and better than this. So, are they looking at a 10-6 record, folks? Actually, 12-6. Are they looking at a 12-6 record? Could be possible. Could be possible. It could be very well. It definitely could be. Definitely. They could be looking at a 12-6 record. Yeah. If everything goes into play, though, if the cards play correctly, you know, I mean, again, folks, you never know how the injuries will plague a football team. So I mean, we'll truly see and find out. But things are really juicing up in the NFC East, folks. Things are definitely looking interesting. All right, so again, CeeDee Lamb reports are coming in that he is expected to be in a lineup against the New Orleans Saints next week after missing a game against the Las Vegas Raiders, nonetheless. All right, again, here are my takeaways from Thanksgiving, folks. The Raiders upset the Dallas Cowboys. The Bears, they win on a walk-off field goal against the Detroit Lions. Close game there. As the Detroit Lions, they continue to be a winless football team. They're still trying to figure out how to win a football game nonetheless. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the night on Thanksgiving night on Thursday was the Buffalo Bills beating the New Orleans Saints 31-6 their final there. And the Buffalo Bills, they continue to be, oppressing a lot of people nonetheless. But again, the Buffalo Bills, they're a 50-50 football team. They were entering the game at 6-4, and now all of a sudden they're 7-4 now. So, so we'll see. We'll see where truly. We'll see what the Buffalo Bills will do going to the rest of this remaining schedule stretch, nonetheless. So, let me see here. Yeah, Buffalo Bills, I believe. Again, they improved their record to 7-4. Yeah, 7-4, and the New Orleans Saints, they fall to 5-6. All right. Another NFL news I want to share with everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, on Thursday, on Thanksgiving Day, the Cowboys versus the Raiders game was projected to be the most watched regular season NFL game since 1990, folks. Can you believe that? Since 1990, the Dallas Cowboys and the Las Vegas Raiders game, that was the most watched game on Thanksgiving Day, folks. Since the year 1990. And we all know the last time the Dallas Cowboys won a Super Bowl was when? Yeah, the year 1995. The year 1995. That's when the Dallas Cowboys were very popular. That's where the Dallas Cowboys were the most popular in the VHS era. So, again, that's the last time they won the Super Bowl. But again, they were the most watched Thanksgiving football game this past Thursday on Thanksgiving. Again, between the Dallas Cowboys and the Las Vegas Raiders. They were the most watched game, again, in NFL history since the year 1990, folks. That is crazy. That is crazy nonetheless. So it made it very interesting. Yeah, it did. I mean, it felt to a lot of people, to be honest with you folks, that Las Vegas Raiders versus the Dallas Cowboys game, when you talk about the AFC conference versus the NFC conference, it felt like a Super Bowl to a lot of people. It really did. It really did. Not to mention the Dallas Cowboys took this game to overtime, and they still couldn't pick up a victory in the overtime game. I mean, they had over a million viewers to watch the Dallas Cowboys suffer their fourth loss of the season. Nonetheless, yeah. So that's your under the lights sports news right there from the Dallas Cowboys perspective, though. All right. So, anyways, folks, Buffalo Bills improved to 7-4. Dallas falls to 7-4. New Orleans Saints is 5-6. Las Vegas Raiders are 6-5. And ladies and gentlemen, the Detroit Lions are still winless going into Week 12, going into Week 13, and the Chicago Bears, well, they picked up a victory. Nonetheless, I believe they are under Matt Nagy. You know, again with the reports, the guy been suffering a lot of criticism and speculations that he was going to be losing his job after Thanksgiving. That did not happen though. So his job remains safe and sound. But again, folks, the Bears, their record is 4-7. They still have a shot at the playoffs, nonetheless. They're still in the playoff hunt. If they still continue to stay very consistent, stay focused as a football team, and win out their remaining games, maybe they do have a shot at the playoffs, nonetheless, with this new 18-game schedule that we have going into the NFL season, nonetheless. All right, folks. Let's talk injuries. And let me reach out to my good friend of mine who wants the injury reports. Nonetheless, if you would like the injury reports, let me reach out to him. All right. All right. So I have the injury reports for Week 12. Ladies and gentlemen, for all the fantasy owners out there, to all the people that play fantasy football, I have all the information that you need on players that will be expected to play today and players that are not expected to play today. We're going to give them to you right now. Here they are. And we're going to see if this person will come on here, though. He would like to get the latest updates on that. Let's see here. All right. Okay, so we have all the players, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna give them to you on who's injured and who's expected to play, nonetheless. So we're gonna give them to you right now here shortly. All right. So, with that being said, let's see. Okay. All right, here we go. Here are the players that are out for your Sunday, Week 12 of the NFL. A.J. Brown, he's out. Jeremy McNichols, he's out. Rasheed Evans, he's out. Antonio Brown, he's out. Eli Marpet is out. Jordan Howard, he's out. Sterling Shepard, he's out. Calvin Ridley, he's out. Shaquille Griffin, he's out. Eric Ebron, he's out. Joe Hayden, he's out. And Michael Carter is out for your NFL Sunday, Week 12. Here are the players that are expected to play for your Week 12. Aaron Rodgers expected to play. Lamar Jackson expected to play. Baker Mayfield expected to play. Kareem Hunt expected to play. James Robinson expected to play. Darius Slay from the Philadelphia Eagles expected to play. TJ Watt of the Pittsburgh Steelers expected to play. Mike Evans expected to play. Chris Godwin expected to play. Bradley Chubb expected to play. And Dre Greenlaw expected to play. All right. So those are your players that are expected to play for your Sunday. Again, the players that are out, for anybody that missed them, A.J. Brown, Jeremy McNichols, Rasheed Evans, Antonio Brown, Eli Marpet, Jordan Howard, Sterling Shepard, Calvin Ridley, Shaquille Griffin, Eric Ebron, Joe Hayden, and Michael Carter. All those players are expected to be out for your Sunday, Week 12 of the NFL. All right. So good stuff indeed for your injury report going into Week 12. All right. Lock picks. Are you guys ready for the lock picks? I'm ready for the lock picks. All right. So here we go. We're going to give them to you. And we're going to give them to my good buddy of mine nonetheless. He always likes those lock picks. He really does. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our 5 lock picks for Week 12. Okay, here we go. Your 5 lock picks for Week 12, folks. We're gonna give them to you, and we're gonna show you, ladies and gentlemen, who is the favorite. Who's the favorite to win those respectable football games this afternoon for the NFL? All right. So we are gonna start with. Let's see. All right. Okay, let's see here. All right, let's bring those up. All right, let's start. Okay, so going into Week 12, here we go. These are your football, your football games going into this afternoon for your Sunday, November 28, 2021. Let's see. Man, who do I like today? All right. Let's go with the Eagles against the New York Giants. Buccaneers against the Colts. Ravens against the Browns. Packers against the Rams. And Falcons against the Jaguars. Let's go with that. Yeah, so all right, so here we go. Those are my lock picks, folks. So here are the lock picks. Again, going into Week 12 of the NFL, you have the Philadelphia Eagles, the Buccaneers, the Baltimore Ravens, the Green Bay Packers, and the Atlanta Falcons. Those are your lock picks for Week 12 of the NFL. So enjoy those picks. Those are the lock picks for all my sports gamblers out there. Gamble wisely, but at the same time, do it very good and well. Do it well. Do it well. Do it responsibly, and don't blow your money all at once. Is what I'm trying to get at here. All right, but do the possible way you can to get victories and maybe get some money in your pocket, in your wallet, none to mention. But again, those are my favorites going into Week 12: the Eagles, the Buccaneers, the Baltimore Ravens, the Green Bay Packers, and the Atlanta Falcons. So enjoy those Week 12, your 5 lock picks going into Week 12. All right. So we just gave out our injuries. We gave out our lock picks. We gave out some history from, again, your Thursday night game. Your Thursday football games from your Thanksgiving turkey special edition games. We talked about all the recaps from the Buffalo Bills versus the New Orleans Saints. We talked about the Chicago Bears beating the winless Detroit Lions. We talked about the Las Vegas Raiders upsetting the Dallas Cowboys in Arlington, Texas. And now we are ready to break down and give you analysis and predictions going into your Sunday NFL football games. So here we go. All right. So we are right on schedule nonetheless. Yeah, we are definitely right on schedule. That's what it's all about, folks. And we just posted we just gave out our injury updates. So everything is good to go, folks. And we are really, really on the money here. We're definitely on the money. All right. So let's talk predictions, analysis, breakdowns of the NFL games going into your your Sunday, November 28th, 2021. All right. Let's start off. Pittsburgh Steelers at the Cincinnati Bengals. Oh man. Well, let's see here. Currently the Steelers are 5-4-1. The Pittsburgh Steelers going into today's game. The Pittsburgh Steelers going into today's game against Cincinnati Bengals. Again, I mentioned the Cincinnati Bengals are without Joe Hayden. Again, the Pittsburgh Steelers are shorthanded. So this is going to be pretty much up for grabs football game, folks. It's going to be up for grabs. It really is. To really who wants this football game the most and who's in desire of who really wants a victory to keep in the potential playoff race. Not to mention you got the Bengals at 6-4 and you got the Pittsburgh Steelers at 5-4-1. So I mean, who do you really like? To be honest with you, I don't know who I'm going with. But to be honest with you, if I had to choose of really which team is hungry, which team is hungrier, I would have to go with the Bengals. Yes, I have to go with the Bengals, folks. I think the Bengals will pick up a victory today against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Even though Pittsburgh, I believe, did they find a way to win last week? No, they did not. No, they did not. No, they lost to the Chargers last week at SoFi Stadium against Justin Herbert, who had a great performance nonetheless. Again, 41-37 was your final there. The Chargers in great fashion, they beat the LA Chargers. They beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the LA Chargers, 41-37 your final last week. Pittsburgh Steelers suffered that loss, and again, they're going up against the Cincinnati Bengals. They are shorthanded, but at the same time, Bengals, they don't have Joe Hayden, all right, but they do have Joe Mixon, though. Okay, Bengals do have Joe Mixon. So I like the Bengals. I do. I think the Bengals will they will find a way to win a game this afternoon against the Pittsburgh Steelers. So nonetheless, I do pick them to to win this afternoon. All right, let's continue. All right, let's see. We have the Carolina Panthers at the Miami Dolphins. Oh, man. Well, let's see here. What can we say about this football game? What can we say about this football game that anybody has not known about this football game? Carolina Panthers, ladies and gentlemen, they are now currently riding. Uh, well, actually, they're riding a one-game losing streak. All right, they lost to the Washington football team last week, even though the prior week after, I mean, before 2 weeks ago, when the Carolina Panthers brought in the new acquisition member Cam Newton, and then Cam Newton came in and filled in for PJ Walker for the Arizona Cardinals game. Cam Newton played a heck of a performance against the Arizona Cardinals, ladies and gentlemen. But then, you know, you have the Washington football team coming into town, you know, to your field last week. And again, the Washington football team, they beat them 27-21, your final there. And they had no answer. You know, Carolina couldn't figure out how to win. So it was a lost cause, you know, for the Carolina Panthers and Cam Newton. But I think Cam Newton today, going down to the Sunshine State, to the beautiful city of Miami, Florida, great weather for the, you know, end of the month of November. You know, talk about Florida weather, man. I miss Florida weather. Again, every time it keeps getting colder and colder here in Pennsylvania. I just miss Florida each and every day, folks. I really do. Even though it's getting cold down in Orlando, though, I've been seeing the weather reports lately. It's been getting a little chilly down in Orlando, where it kind of dips down to a little bit in the upper 30s to lower 40s. But I mean, without that being said, though, I mean, if you go all the way down to like the Sunshine State of Miami, Florida, you know, that's where they get like low temperatures at night down to like maybe the 50s. They might go down to the upper 40s if, you know, if there's really a serious cold front that's brewing. So it's not really that much to talk about, but I mean, it does tend to get cold down in the state of Florida, folks. They call it, I think the analogy for it is they call it fake winter. They call it fake winter down in state Florida, folks. When it's winter across the country, you know, when you talk about the northern states, folks, like Pennsylvania, like New England, like the state of Maine, the state of New York, when you talk about those teams, and then you talk about the state of Wisconsin, when you talk about you know, all those teams that tend to get cold, when you talk about the state of Illinois, and then you talk about all the way up north in Canada, you know, and then the season changing here where we live in, Florida tends to get that cold front sometimes, and they tend to experience that fake winter that they always say supposedly down south in the state of Florida. Nonetheless, they call it fake winter. I mean, it does get chilly down there. Some people, yeah, they bring on those heavy jackets and they wear them nonetheless. But I'll tell you, each and every day, man, I miss Florida every time it gets colder here, though. I mean, here where we live in, folks, it tends to get brutally cold. Like if it goes down, dipping into the teens and 20s, you know how much bad I really want to go back down to Florida? Yeah. So, I mean, I would love to experience Florida with their temperature being in the 40s and 30s rather than experience the 20s and 10s up here where I'm living in. So, but nonetheless, I mean, Cam Newton is going down to South Florida today to play the Miami Dolphins. I mean, you're going up against a banged up Miami Dolphins team nonetheless. I think this is going to be a great afternoon for Cam Newton. I think he's going to enjoy the atmosphere nonetheless. So I do like Carolina's Panthers' shot at this. I think they have what it takes to beat the Miami Dolphins. And not to mention, I think they're trying to fight for a playoff spot nonetheless. They're currently right now 5-6 on the season. And again, Miami Dolphins are not out of the woods either. Okay, they're both not out of the woods. Miami Dolphins are still in the thick of things for a playoff spot nonetheless. Yeah, fortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I am not talking craziness. All right, I am not talking. Oh, is Joey a lunatic? No, I mean the facts are there, folks. The Miami Dolphins, excuse me, by the way, they're 4-7. They're still looking in at the playoffs. So they still have a shot at this. So it could go either way. We'll see. We'll see what type of Miami Dolphins team will show up. I mean, will Tua Tagovailoa have that amazing game this afternoon? Again, will Jacoby Brissett come in a little bit, play a few snaps? So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it should be an interesting game. It should be a great game nonetheless. But again, Cam Newton is playing where he left off, folks. He really is. I mean, ever since they brought that new acquisition member, the new quarterback who knows the system very well, who knows what's at stake, carrying a team that he knows how to carry, that he's been familiarized with throughout his previous career when he was originally with the Carolina Panthers. There's really nothing different or new about the Carolina Panthers other than they have a new head coach. But I think because now Ron Rivera is with the Washington football team. Even speaking of Ron Rivera, Cam Newton lost his his former head coach last week. Again, 27-21, your final there. So it was not a great home. Well, it was not a great season debut for Cam Newton going up there to to play his former head coach, nonetheless. So it looked like Ron Rivera had the upper hand and had all the answers for Cam Newton rather than Cam Newton having all the answers for Ron Rivera. So so that's the showing of things for your football game there last week, nonetheless. But I like Carolina against the Miami Dolphins this afternoon. So we'll see how it goes. Nonetheless. And we'll see. It'll be an interesting football game, nonetheless, also. So that's your afternoon football game scheduled for 1:00 p.m. Eastern. All right. Philadelphia Eagles at the New York Giants. Again, you know what, folks? You got Daniel Jones. Okay, Sterling Shepard is out, I believe. I mentioned that. I believe I mentioned Sterling Shepard is out. I think he is out. Yes, he's out. So again, the Philadelphia Eagles also, they are without. They don't have a running game, but they do have Miles Sanders though. But Jordan Howard is out. So Jordan Howard will not be playing. He's not even in the starting lineup. But they do have Miles Sanders. So we will be seeing Miles Sanders versus Saquon Barkley this afternoon. Who will prevail? Who do you think will prevail in that epic matchup? The former Penn State Nittany Lions, right there, the former running backs, who made Penn State for who Penn State was as a school nation. Again, you got two former teams going at it here. So again, Saquon Barkley versus Miles Sanders. Who will put the legs more effectively on the ground today? Will it be Miles Sanders or will it be Saquon Barkley? We'll definitely see. It is definitely going to come down to, again, Miles Sanders and Saquon Barkley. But then you got to forget about this. You can't forget about Jalen Hurts, folks. Jalen Hurts, ladies and gentlemen, he's been a dominating performance, lights out football. He's been playing these past couple weeks. I think he'll continue to keep doing that. Again, the Eagles have figured out, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about the running game. The answer is about the running game, folks. I think the running game is where it's definitely truly where it shows its colors for the Philadelphia Eagles going into this remaining of the schedule. And if they have the answer for the New York Football Giants this afternoon, not to mention, I think Philadelphia is at home, I believe. Are they? No. Philadelphia is on the road. So they're going up to MetLife Stadium. So, and they will stay in MetLife Stadium going into next week when they take on the New York Jets. So the Philadelphia Eagles, not only are they playing the New York Football Giants today, but they play the New York Football Jets next week. So, and again, we don't even know who the heck the quarterback is for the New York Football Jets going into next week either. I know from according to reports and sources, the New York Football Jets are expected to start Zach Wilson today. I believe so. I could be wrong. I know Mike White and Joe Flacco are on COVID protocols, so they're both out. So they're not in the lineup. So I mean, you don't even have much quarterbacks to talk about for the New York Football Jets. You really do not. So from what I've been hearing, I think Zach Wilson is a go. I think he is a go this afternoon. I think he is. I mean, that's only the quarterback they have really, that they can rely on in the New York Football Jets, nonetheless. So again, folks, the Philadelphia Eagles, they're on the road against the New York Football Giants. They will stay basically at New York going into next week for Week 13 with a date with the New York Football Jets going into next week. So we'll see. We'll see how the Philadelphia Eagles do. But I do like them on the road today against the New York Football Giants, nonetheless. All right, so we'll see how they truly prevail. Again, it's all about. I mean, Saquon Barkley and Miles Sanders, and again, don't forget Jalen Hurst, folks. Jalen Hurst. If Miles Sanders, if you see him struggling throughout the football game, you know who's going to show up. It's going to be Jalen Hurst carrying the load throughout these 60 minutes of football, nonetheless. So it's going to be an awesome game, a great afternoon football game, nonetheless. So I do like the Philadelphia Eagles against the New York Football Giants. All right. Tennessee Titans at the New England Patriots. Well, I did talk about the injuries in that football game in my podcast, in my recorded podcast. And the reason why, a lot of people have been asking me, why did you talk about the injuries for the Tennessee Titans and the New England Patriots? The reason why is because the Buffalo Bills won their game, their respective game against the New Orleans Saints on Thursday, on their Thanksgiving Day. Thursday night football under the lights against the New Orleans Saints. Again, they beat them 31-6 in dominating fashion for the Buffalo Bills to improve to 7-4 on the season. So the reason why I talked about the New England Patriots roster and their injury latest report, and we know the latest report coming in is that AJ Brown will not play against the New. The AJ Brown for the Tennessee Titans will not be playing for against the New England Patriots this afternoon. And I did talk about the Tennessee Titans lineup and their injuries of what they're going on. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the Patriots have a shot again to continue staying at the number one spot in the AFC East. And they have a chance to do it to give the Tennessee Titans their fourth consecutive loss on the season. And I think the New England Patriots have a legitimate shot to do that, folks, because they're not to mention they're at home. And Bill Belichick has started to figure out how to win a game at his home turf. Finally, in the New England Patriots Bill Belichick era, after suffering so many losses, I think starting 0-4 at home at Gillette Stadium. So Bill Belichick is trying to get into rhythm and getting into the thick of things. And not to mention, folks, I don't think anybody wants to face the New England Patriots come January. The way this football team is looking right now, they're looking very, very, very like the Tom Brady that we saw back in 2021 when he took over the quarterback for the Buffalo Bills, folks. When he took over for the backup quarterback, I believe it was who was the backup quarterback that Tom Brady took over for? I forgot his name. I know it's a great. He's a great name nonetheless. Let me see here if I can pull that up. We're gonna pull up some history here. Drew Bledsoe, yes. He took over Drew Bledsoe, I believe. Yeah. So he took over Drew Bledsoe's job, ladies and gentlemen, back in September 23rd of 2021, folks. Again, Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick, and he replaced Drew Bledsoe, and then that's when unfortunately the New York Jets linebacker Mo Lewis, he knocked Bledsoe out with a late hit. And as the New York was leading 10-3 in that football game. Tom Brady, he came into that football game back in September 23, 2001 to take over for Drew Bledsoe, folks. And that's when the Patriots made the playoffs and they started having this incredible run. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now currently from Mac Jones and this New England Patriots football team. And it's looking very scary right now. It really is. Something that I hate to say, but at the same time, It's the stats and the actions speak louder than words. What we're seeing right in front of our eyes, folks. So I think the Patriots definitely have a shot to give the Tennessee Titans their fourth loss this afternoon. Not to mention, again, the Patriots are at home. They're at Gillette Stadium. Again, they're 7-4 on the season. I think the Patriots will improve to 8-4. They will give Tennessee their fourth consecutive loss. And not to mention, ladies and gentlemen, the Tennessee Titans, they just got rid of Adrian Peterson. If anybody hasn't heard, after Adrian Peterson played 3 games, folks, they got rid of him. Yeah. And it was all because of last week when the Tennessee Titans, ladies and gentlemen, when they lost at the hands of when they lost the game against the Houston Texans last week, 22-13 in that football game there, and they got rid of Adrian Peterson. Wow. Tremendously wow. Shocking. Not to mention, I thought the Tennessee Titans, they were going to keep Adrian Peterson and they were going to rely on him like every stretch of the remaining of the season, nonetheless, going possibly into the playoffs. But they got rid of him fast, and it was very shocking indeed by the Tennessee Titans organization to get rid of Adrian Peterson and sending him into the free agency roster. So shocking indeed that the Tennessee Titans got rid of Adrian Peterson. So I thought Adrian Peterson was going to be the load and he was going to be the answer for the Tennessee Titans, but unfortunately it's not. So they got rid of him, and now again, it's all about how Tennessee can be very effective without without Derrick Henry, folks. Pretty much, yeah. Now the answer is going to truly come in. Can the Tennessee Titans have an answer without Derrick Henry? And again, reports still coming around, and according to sources, that there's a good potential Derrick Henry might be coming back, possibly come playoff time. He might. I mean, but I think, in my opinion, folks, I think Derrick Henry should just sit out and wait until next season to come back. Yeah, because all you're doing if you do come back is putting too much pressure on that injury, and it's not going to look good for you, even if you do come back, if you decide to come back. So even if you do a major comeback, nonetheless. So I would, if I was Derrick Henry, I would just play it safe and just stay out for the remainder of the season. I mean, again, if the Tennessee Titans do make a huge run, again, it's all. I mean, let's see how Ryan Tannehill does too. Again, but Ryan Tannehill is going to struggle because he does not have that effective backfield position to rely on. That backfield weapon that he desires. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Tannehill is in his mid-30s right now, so he definitely needs somebody to carry the load for this football team, and unfortunately, they're at a lost cause right now for the Tennessee Titans. So, Patriots are the favorite to pick up their 8th win and to stay in first place of the AFC East, nonetheless. So, yeah, Patriots are looking scary, folks. They definitely are. I mean, Mac Jones is clicking. He's been playing impressive football these past couple weeks. If you talk about the New England Patriots and what ride they've been on these past couple weeks, like I mentioned, again, you go back again with prior to going into Tennessee's game this afternoon at 1:00 p.m. You go back to the previous football games that they've won, and ladies and gentlemen, the New England Patriots are riding right now a 5-game winning streak, folks. Impressive by the New England Patriots Football Club. The New York Football Patriots, ladies and gentlemen, they beat the New York Jets 54-13 prior to October 24th, 2021 of this year. And then they beat the Chargers 27-24 at SoFi Stadium. And then they beat the Carolina Panthers 24-6. And then they beat the Cleveland Browns 45-7. And then last week, they beat the Atlanta Falcons 25-0, folks. So New England Patriots are peaking, folks. Like I said, they're peaking at the right time. They definitely are. And I think they'll continue peaking right where they should be going against the Tennessee Titans this afternoon. So I like the Patriots nonetheless. All right, let's continue. You got the Falcons and the Jaguars. Oh boy. Oh boy. What can we say about this game? I mean, the Jaguars are 2-8, and you got the Falcons that are still alive for a playoff for the playoffs. Yeah, Falcons are still alive, folks. And not to mention, I mean, the Falcons, ladies and gentlemen, they did. Again, I don't know what's wrong with this football team. I really don't. I don't know what's wrong with the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, we just talked about them. I mean, they lost at the hands of the New England Patriots, and now they're just coming off a semi bye week, that 10-day layoff. Very healthy. Going against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and not to mention, I think they are also in the Sunshine State this afternoon. So they go to Jacksonville. They go to TIAA Stadium in Jacksonville, Florida. So they play the Jacksonville Jaguars again against Trevor Lawrence and Urban Meyer. So again, I like the Falcons, folks. I think the Falcons have the upper hand. Even though they lost last week, again, at the hands of the New England Patriots, again, they were facing a great New England Patriots football team. They had a little bit of mistakes here and there. Too many turnovers, nonetheless. I mean, lousy turnovers by the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, you had 3 different quarterbacks, folks, throw interceptions last week in that football game. Yeah, against the New England Patriots defense. 3 different quarterbacks, folks. Yeah, you heard that correctly. From the Atlanta Falcons side that threw interceptions to the New England Patriots defense. You haven't heard that in a while in the NFL, right? So, yeah, we had 3 different quarterbacks last week from the Atlanta Falcons perspective throw interceptions to the New England Patriots defense. So we'll see how the New Falcons answer today. I think they definitely are hungry for a win, and they desired this win. So let's see what truly happens. They're going up against Jacksonville this afternoon, and I do like them to win today. So we'll see how they fare. We'll see how they do. 1:00 p.m. Eastern Time. Falcons, Jacksonville. I like Falcons. All right, here we go. Buccaneers. Actually, no. Let's see the next game that we have. I'm sorry. Buccaneers. Actually, Buccaneers and Indianapolis Colts. Going into, I guess, Tom Brady. Yeah, here we go. Tom Brady versus Carson Wentz. So the Indianapolis Colts have been doing an awesome job as of late. They've been doing a phenomenal job as of late. Playing great football. Again, they picked up their 6th win of the season last week. Carson Wentz is doing his thing, folks. He is doing his thing, man, in Indianapolis. I mean, last week, let's bring up the famous Carson Wentz here. He goes up against Tom Brady, folks. You got the 7-3 Tampa Bay Buccaneers against Indianapolis. But let's talk about Carson Wentz, folks. Again, last week, man, shocking. Who saw this? I mean, this was unexpected. This was unexpected, folks. Who saw the Indianapolis Colts even come up with a victory against the Buffalo Bills? 41-15 was your final. 41-15. The Indianapolis Colts dominated that football game last week. Yeah. Again, Carson Wentz, folks, he had 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions, 106 yards, 11 for 20 completion attempts. But then, ladies and gentlemen, this was the unexpected of all unexpected. Give your hats off, round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Give your utmost applause to Jonathan Taylor, folks. Jonathan Taylor. 4 touchdowns by Jonathan Taylor, folks. 4 touchdowns on the ground. He was a player of the week. No ifs, ands, or buts against that Buffalo Bills defense. He posted 4 touchdowns, folks. He had 185 yards through the ground and 32 carries. He averaged 5.8. It was all about Jonathan Taylor, folks. Awesome performance. Awesome performance by Jonathan Taylor. And the way he really exposed that Buffalo Bills defense nonetheless. So crazy stuff by Jonathan Taylor, man. What he did to that Buffalo Bills defense last week. He trashed that defense big time. I mean, the Buffalo Bills defense had no answer, none whatsoever, for Jonathan Taylor and his great performance. None at all, none whatsoever. So 41-15 was your final, folks. And again, Carson Wentz, again, he continues to be the Carson Wentz that everybody knows that he truly is. The greatest quarterback. I mean, his stats, ladies and gentlemen, so far, going into this regular season of the NFL, he is looking at 18 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 97.2 quarterback rating, and his career stats are also impressive, folks. Carson Wentz, 131 touchdowns in his career, 53 interceptions, and a quarterback rating of the 90.2. Folks, awesome, great showing and display by Carson Wentz. And ladies and gentlemen, what a turn of events for Carson Wentz. I mean, last year when he was a member of the Philadelphia Eagles, again, his quarterback rating was 72.8. He got benched. He did not finish the whole season. He finished, again, 16 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. That was almost like his rookie year, where you compare that to 2016, where, again, a member of the Philadelphia Eagles, where he had 60 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. But again, during that Super Bowl run for the Philadelphia Eagles in 2017, he had a quarterback rating of 101.9, but then he went out with a torn ACL. He had 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. And then 2018 and 2019, he continued to be impressive with 21 touchdowns, 7 interceptions in 2018. And then 2019, he posted 27 touchdowns and 7 interceptions for Carson Wentz. And currently, right now, folks, Carson Wentz continued to be impressive. Carson Wentz. Again, his completion percentage is 63.0 and for his career. And he's posting 2,484 completion. I mean, for the season, not to mention 2,484 yards. I mean, for the regular season, folks. Again, 63 completion percentage and a quarterback rating of 97.2, nonetheless, by Carson Wentz. It is definitely a great showing by this quarterback, nonetheless. But I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to slow him down this afternoon. I think they are. I like Tampa Bay. Tom Brady, ladies and gentlemen, he figured out how to pick up a victory last week. Not to mention after losing against the Washington football team, folks, he did pick up a win against the New York Football Giants. He beat the New York Football Giants 30-10 again at Raymond James Stadium under the lights Monday night. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to continue where they left off. So they will be traveling up to Indianapolis, and they will be definitely giving a good challenge to Carson Wentz, and Jonathan Taylor is also not to mention. So they're going to give a challenge to that Indianapolis Colts team. But I do like Tampa Bay, and they're going to come up with a victory nonetheless this afternoon against the Indianapolis Colts. All right. Let's continue. So again, Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Indianapolis Colts again scheduled for 1:00 p.m. Eastern time. All right, your last 1:00 p.m. Eastern time. I'm not really going to get into too much detail with this one. Again, Zach Wilson is expected to start. You have the New York Football Jets versus the Houston Texans, folks. This is anybody's ball game here. I'm not going to get into it. I mean, you're talking about a Houston Texans team that is 2-8, and then you're talking about the New York Football Jets that's 2-8. Let's see how things really play out. I'm gonna go with the New York Football Jets in this football game. Let's see how they do. Let's see how they fare. I think the Jets have more momentum than the Houston Texans do. I really think so. I mean, the Texans, they're not that great of a football team. I mean, they lost. They lost last. Actually, they beat the Titans last week. I'm sorry. Yeah, they beat the Tennessee Titans last week. 22-13. Nobody expected that. But again, I think going into today, I think the Jets are more favored than the Texans are. So I do like the Jets. We'll see how how it truly plays out and unfolds. So hopefully the Jets can pick up a victory nonetheless. So good luck to both teams also, because again, this is anybody's ball game. When you talk about the New York Football Jets that are on the road playing the Houston Texans. All right, here are your 4 o'clock games this afternoon. You got the Chargers and the Broncos. Yeah, well, you know what? Justin Herbert, man, he had a great performance last week against the Pittsburgh Steelers, folks. Again, he beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in a great dominating fashion. They're 6-4 on the season, folks, nonetheless. So they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers again, 41-37. Justin Herbert had a great performance. I believe Justin Herbert, folks, he posted 3 touchdowns. He had 1 interception, 382 yards through the air, 30 for 41 completion attempts. And then Austin Eckler, he posted 50 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns. I think Justin Herbert and the Chargers going on the road against the Denver Broncos, I think they could get the job done. So I like the Chargers. Again, to improve their record to 7-4, while the Denver Broncos will fall to 5-6 this afternoon. Again, scheduled for 4:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nonetheless. All right. Let's continue here, folks. Let's continue. All right. Vikings at the 49ers. Well, you know what? I mean, again, the 49ers, I believe they are playing with all marbles right now here. This is anybody's ball game here too, folks. The good news out of the 49ers is Dre Greenlaw is activated for today's Vikings football game. That's news coming in from the 49ers. So that is great news indeed. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, the Vikings are on the road against San Francisco. So we will definitely truly see how things are going to play off. So let's see how it truly plays out, folks. Let's see how it truly plays out. I do like the 49ers against the Minnesota Vikings. I really do. All right. So let's see how this afternoon will what kind of showing it will have nonetheless. All right. Okay, so again, 49ers, again, they're 5-5. Yeah, your 49ers are 5-5. And the Vikings are 5-5. Again, both teams are looking for their 6th victory. All right, both of them. All right, both of them are looking for their 6th victory of the season. And we'll see how it truly fares and unfolds, ladies and gentlemen. Again, between the Vikings and the San Francisco 49ers this afternoon. All right, so again, I like the 49ers, no matter who the quarterback is in the starting lineup. So I think both of them are going to give a great showing nonetheless. So we will see what truly happens. All right. Los Angeles Rams against the Green Bay Packers. That's scheduled for your 4:25 p.m. today. Again, you got the Los Angeles Rams, who are 7-3. Green Bay Packers are 8-3. I mean, right now, ladies and gentlemen, so sources and reports are coming in from the Green Bay Packers that Aaron Rodgers is dealing with so reports are coming in that Aaron Rodgers, ladies and gentlemen, is dealing with some sort of toe injury. And he's saying he's not feeling 100% comfortable, but I mean, he still wants. Even though he did not practice all this week, he is expected to go. He is expected to go, even though he did not practice. There was no practice for Aaron Rodgers all this past week. But from the latest reports and sources, he is expected to go. I don't know how effectively that toe is going to be a problem going into this afternoon. It could be. I don't know. It's going to play a huge part. Not to mention, it plays a big role for the defensive side of things because they're going to attack that toe. Because when you hear about a player injured, and he's not being totally 100%, it's going to get Aaron Rodgers not feeling very comfortable, whether you're inside the pocket or outside the pocket, not to mention. So no matter how you put it in perspective, no matter how you put it in words, Aaron Rodgers is not going to feel comfortable this afternoon, especially when you're going up against Aaron Donald and the new acquisition of Von Miller that the Los Angeles Rams picked up, and not to mention they picked up Odell Beckham Jr. So I think it's going to be tough for Aaron Rodgers and that Green Bay football team. So even though I do like Green Bay's chances, again, this is anybody's ball game too, folks. It really is. I think the Rams could come up with a W. They definitely can. Again, this could be a rematch. This could be a rematch come playoff time between these two clubs, between these two football organizations. Yeah. All right. You could possibly see both Green Bay Packers and the Los Angeles Rams again, folks, come playoff time. So even though I like the chances of Green Bay this afternoon, I think the momentum really is favored for the Los Angeles Rams more than it's favored for Green Bay, just because Aaron Rodgers is still dealing with that toe. He's dealing with that toe, and he's not going to be comfortable whether you're in the pocket or outside of the pocket. It's going to be a major, major big factor for you. And it's going to be a huge momentum for that defensive side because they're going to attack that toe. If you're supposedly saying that you are 50-50 and you're expected to start, you're expecting to play. So even though I kind of like Green Bay, again, Green Bay has all the weapons. And when I say Green Bay has all the weapons, it's because of their defense. Yes, it's because of their defense, folks. Their defense is because of the answer. But again, it could be also all about Los Angeles Rams. Okay, it could be all about the Rams. So it's going to be a good football game. All right. But, I mean, Green Bay, we'll see. But Rams could come up with a victory here too. All right. The Rams could definitely come up with a victory against the Green Bay Packers, not to mention. I think that game is scheduled for 4:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, yeah. So, again, Green Bay, I'm not taking them out. But don't let your guard down that the Rams possibly could leave Green Bay with a W. Okay, it's there. It's there for the taking for the Los Angeles Rams. It really is. So, and they're going up to Lambeau Field. Not to mention you're going to see Lambeau Field probably in the playoffs again in January. But I mean, the difference between January and now is you're going up to Green Bay and the temperatures are still probably in the 40s right now in Green Bay. Maybe I think they dealt with snow, maybe. I don't know. I know they dealt with snow last week. So, again, January is going to be a whole different weather atmosphere for the Los Angeles Rams if they go back up to and they dance and they have a date with the Green Bay Packers up in Lambeau. So, we'll truly see how this unfolds, but it's going to be a great game nonetheless. I mean, you got Aaron Donald, Von Miller, Odell Beckham, Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford, again, he's familiar with Green Bay. He knows everything about Green Bay nonetheless. I mean, when he was part of the Detroit Lions, so we'll see. We'll see how that game will truly aspire and unfold this afternoon. But it's going to be an interesting game nonetheless, folks. It really is. It really is. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Sunday Night Football. You got the Cleveland Browns and the Baltimore Ravens. This is no brainer here. I mean, well, you know what? Actually, maybe it is a brainer. Because we know how that matchup fared up last time. All right, the last time, ladies and gentlemen, or actually, you know what? There is no last time. Never mind. Speaking of, so the Baltimore Ravens versus the Cleveland Browns. This is their first meeting. The division rivals here. So let's see what Baltimore could do against the Cleveland Browns. I mean, last time they went up against a division rival, it didn't end up so pretty for the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, they played the Bengals and they lost to the Bengals 41-17. So it did not look good for the Baltimore Ravens when they played the Bengals. So I think that was, I believe, the Baltimore Ravens' first division rival game, I believe. Yeah, that was their first division rival game. So when they went up against the Cincinnati Bengals on October 24th, it was not a great showing for Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens offense. Again, Bengals, they dominated that team 41-17 their final there. And this is now a second division rival game in that division, in the AFC division. In the AFC division, folks. And you're talking Cleveland versus Baltimore. And not to mention, look at Baltimore. They have a date with the Pittsburgh Steelers next week. All right, so it doesn't get any better for Baltimore here. But Baltimore, they definitely need a win, though. They definitely need to win because Baltimore right now, folks, are currently they are 7-3 on the season, while the Cleveland Browns, well, they're trying to stay in the thick of things in the playoffs. Not to mention, they don't want to lose playoff hopes. Again, they're 6-5, but Baltimore, folks, this is a must win for them, and they need it. So it's Sunday Night Football tonight for them. They definitely truly need it, folks. Nonetheless, against that Cleveland Browns team. So I do like Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson to pick up a win against Baker Mayfield and that Cleveland Browns offense. So we'll see how they fare. It's going to be a great night, nonetheless. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Monday Night Football, your final game of the night. Tomorrow night, you have, ladies and gentlemen, the Seattle Seahawks going up against the Washington football team. Yep, that's your football game tomorrow for Monday night. Again, you have, ladies and gentlemen, the Seattle Seahawks and the Washington football team. You got the Seattle Seahawks traveling to Washington football team. Not to mention, so you got Russell Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, going to the Washington football team and to face the Washington football team. Not to mention, again, the Washington football team, they won last week at the hands of they beat the Carolina Panthers last week, I believe. Yep, again, 27-21. We'll see if they the Washington football team, folks, after losing to the Denver Broncos by 7 points on Halloween night, 17-10. The Washington football team right now is currently holding a 2-game winning streak. They got a win against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and a win against the Carolina Panthers in that NFC division, in that NFC conference, let alone in the NFC South. So let's see how they fare against the Seattle Seahawks tomorrow night. But I think Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll, I think they have a chance to come up with a victory on the road against the Washington football team nonetheless. So that's my favorite there. I like the Seattle Seahawks beating the Washington football team and giving the Washington football team their 7th loss of the regular season nonetheless. So that Washington will be looking at a record of 4-7, not to mention. So here are the standings. I mean, when we covered all the predictions and breakdowns and analysis, again, for the NFC East, I mean, again, Cowboys, they lost on Thanksgiving. They're 7-4 on the season, folks. The Philadelphia Eagles, if they win today, they'll be looking at 5-6, folks. Again, second place behind the Dallas Cowboys, and they're definitely going to be looking very dangerous, folks, as they ride the ship throughout these next couple weeks. The New York Football Giants, if they lose today, they will fall to 3-8. And if the Washington Football Team, if they lose against the Seattle Seahawks, they will fall to 4-7. So that's how the NFC East is definitely looking and how it's being pictured nonetheless. So you have all those four teams within reach of peaking at the Dallas Cowboys, folks. They're definitely peaking at the Dallas Cowboys, and they're coming really hard and fast nonetheless. I mean, if you talk about, again, the Eagles 5-6, Dallas Cowboys are 7-4. The New York Giants, if they lose today, they'll be 3-8. They're still in the playoff hunt. Not to mention, if they lose, they'll be 3-8, still alive in the playoff race. And the Washington Football Team is still alive in the playoff race if they lose to the Seattle Seahawks, nonetheless. So, again, we still do not know who the NFC East belongs to, folks. And not to mention, folks, I mean, the Dallas Cowboys losing to the Las Vegas Raiders. And, again, it puts a question mark. It really does. It does put a question mark on the Dallas Cowboys football team. I mean, not only, ladies and gentlemen, again, did they lose to the Las Vegas Raiders, but they lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. So you're talking about a two-game losing streak currently for the Dallas Cowboys. And it's not looking good because Ezekiel Elliott is not expected to play next week against the New Orleans Saints. So this puts really a difficult situation, even though they get CD Lamb back. Also, we don't know the status of the other wide receiver, Amari Toomer. We don't know his status yet, if he's expected to play or not. So we'll definitely keep our eyes open and keep the latest update on the Dallas organization. See what's going on with them, and see if they get some playmakers back to actually ride the momentum here and there, and keep Dak Prescott, again, performing at the elite, amazing level that he's been performing, the previous weeks before losing again at the hands of Patrick Mahomes and Derek Carr of the Las Vegas Raiders. So, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, that is your predictions, your breakdown analysis for Week 12 of the NFL. We already gave our injuries. We gave our 5 lock picks of the NFL. Again, my lock picks, if anybody missed them, folks, they are, again, here we go. Let's show you the display one more time, folks, for anybody that missed them. Again, they are my lock picks for week 12 of the NFL. They are Philadelphia Eagles, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you got the Baltimore Ravens, the Green Bay Packers, and the Atlanta Falcons. Those are my Week 12 5 NFL lock picks going into Week 12 of your Sunday, November 28th, 2021, folks. So enjoy definitely those games this afternoon. All right. So there's a lot of games to go around and lots of games to enjoy nonetheless. So great stuff indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are early than expected, huh? Earlier than expected. We are supposed to shut down by 12 o'clock. We are going to be shutting down early. So this is good news. This is definitely good news. Good news indeed. So there's really not much else to talk about, folks. We covered all the basics that needs to be covered nonetheless. I mean, we talked about college football. Again, the college football season finale of the regular season. We covered everything that needs to be covered. The college football rankings, again, will be published out to the public at 2:00 p.m. Eastern time today. Stay tuned for that. And also, folks, we talked about boxing news. We talked about NBA scores from your Saturday. Also gave out my predictions for NBA games for your Sunday. Enjoy those games today, nonetheless. We talked about college basketball, your NCAA college basketball games from your Saturday. And there's college basketball games going on today. So enjoy those basketball games nonetheless. So there's a lot of going around to enjoy your Sunday nonetheless. So you got NBA basketball, college basketball, NFL football, NHL hockey, not to mention, folks. So you got a lot under your plate on your Sunday edition to keep you busy and occupied nonetheless. So great stuff indeed, folks. Great stuff indeed, nonetheless. All right. So amazing stuff, amazing stuff. Folks, if anybody has anything that they want to talk about, though, please let me know. Reach out. The podcast phone number again is 610-330-7698. That's 610-330-7698. Folks, if you have any questions like you want to talk about, the floor is yours for these next couple minutes. All right. So call me if you would like to be on air. We'll get you guys on air. All right. Give me guys what you think what's going to happen across the NFL this afternoon. We would like to hear your thoughts exactly. I would like to hear people's what they think about these games going into today for your week 12 of the NFL. So yeah, let me know, folks. Let me know. The floor is yours. These next couple minutes here. If we do not get any people these next couple minutes, we will wrap it up. Fortunately, and we will call it a day and enjoy the rest of your Sunday nonetheless, folks. Again, thank you for everybody that did interact with us on your Sunday morning. We appreciate you waking up bright and early to be a part of us, to be a part of this Worldwide Sport Updates. Again, your podcast, your news, your local community, and getting the latest updates and the latest news and information right at your doorstep nonetheless. And this is what it's all about, folks. Getting the community together, interacting, and being a part of something that is truly amazing nonetheless. If anybody would like to talk about this amazing news that is going to be going on today, again, we have part 2 of the NBA coverage between the Los Angeles Lakers and Detroit Pistons. Part 2, Isaiah Stewart versus LeBron James. Again, that is scheduled for 9:30 p.m. Eastern time tonight. We're going to see how that truly unfolds, again, between these two guys. Again, will they let bygones be bygones and let the past be what it is? Or is things really going to get ugly, and they're going to get ugly fast before even tip-off time gets underway? So this is going to be truly a game that is going to be in the taking. That it's going to be very interesting nonetheless. So I might tune into watching that game and see how it's going to truly unfold. So again, we'll see if they are professional athletes and they let this be. It is what it is nonetheless. I mean, again, my take on this, ladies and gentlemen, my input on this is I don't think Isaiah Stewart's going to let this go. I mean, even though he told the media that it's all by now. I mean, I don't want to talk about it anymore. It is what it is. I just want to let it go, but I have a feeling he's not. I don't. I think he is going to cause a horrific controversy. I mean, not controversy. He's gonna cause a display. Not to mention, I think going into tonight's game, I all I could say for the NBA, they better be prepared, and they need to buckle down, and they need to keep. They need to beware of their surroundings going into today's game again between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Detroit Pistons. Again, that is scheduled for 9:30 p.m. Eastern time nonetheless. So again, folks, we'll see how that truly unfolds. We'll definitely truly see how that unfolds nonetheless. All right. Folks, the floor is yours. Again, call me 610-330-7698 if you have any questions. Anything that you guys like to talk about. What do you feel about the NFL going into week 12 today? How did you feel about the Thanksgiving games that happened on Thursday of the NFL? I mean, your Thanksgiving special games. And again, let me know. Again, we already gave our injuries. We gave our predictions, our analysis, and we definitely keep everybody up in the loop and up to date on everything that's happening. So hopefully everything's you guys will enjoy those games going into your Sunday nonetheless. All right. So I think 2 minutes? We have 2 minutes left. Yeah, 2 minutes and we'll wrap it up. Again, if nobody comes on here, we're just gonna call it a day. I mean, earlier than expected. I kind of hoping we would shoot for 4 hours. But again, if we have nothing to say, folks, we wrap it up early. We definitely do. So, um, I mean, we gave you our predictions. Again, we gave you our breakdowns, analysis, injury reports. Again, we talked about the NBA. We talked about NHL news. We talked about college basketball, college football. Again, recapping the scores from your Saturday. Now, what to look forward to college playoffs that will begin next week, folks. Nonetheless, again, we got some great games going to college football next week. You got Georgia Bulldogs against the Alabama Crimson Tide. That's going to be an epic matchup, nonetheless. I mean, Georgia Bulldogs are going to be putting their undefeated streak against the Alabama Crimson Tide at 11-1. So we'll see who truly is for the taking in that football game. It's going to be definitely a game that you're going to get prepared for and get your popcorn ready. Again, that Georgia Bulldogs game versus Alabama Crimson Tide is going to be the best epic college football matchup that any sports fan could ask for on a given Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, to sit down in your couch, grab some hoagies, grab a cheesesteak, grab some chips, grab some Hennessy or alcohol, Budweiser, Miller Lite, or anything like that, and just be glued to that television set next Saturday, folks, to watch that epic matchup again between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Alabama Crimson Tide, folks. That's going to be an awesome, epic college football game. And then, not to mention, you got the Michigan Wolverines versus the Iowa Hawkeyes. That's going to be an awesome matchup next week, folks. It's going to be a great a great football game, college football game, nonetheless. So, epic games that we are talking about. And then you got the Cincinnati Bearcats again playing next week. They're putting their undefeated streak on the line against the Houston Cougars. Again, the Houston Cougars, ladies and gentlemen, are riding an 11-game winning streak. They're 11-1. Again, going up against the Cincinnati Bearcats, who are undefeated. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm still not buying on the Cincinnati Bearcats football team. I'm really not. And I have not bought into them all season at all. I think this is a team. I was hoping they would lose a game and go in the regular season. Again, they proved me wrong. They have not lost. So we'll see how truly good of a team that they are, how proven of a team they are, that they can move, moving forward. Again, when they put their undefeated streak against the Houston Cougars next week, again, scheduled for 4:00 p.m. Eastern time, folks. Again, Cincinnati Bearcats 12-0 against the Houston Cougars, who are riding an 11-game winning streak at 11-1, folks. And then you got the UL Lafayette, ladies and gentlemen, who are 11-1. They're going to be facing the Appalachian State, who are 10-2. And then you got San Diego State, ladies and gentlemen, going up against Utah State. Again, 11-1 versus a 9-3 team. And then Baylor against the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Oklahoma State Cowboys are 11-1, going up against Baylor, who are 10-2. So great, ladies and gentlemen, great college football games to be glued into your seats going into next week as they get underway, nonetheless. All right, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in, interacting on your Sunday edition of Worldwide Sport Updates. We are going to wrap it up early today. Again, thank you for being a part of it, waking up early, commenting, putting your comments, interacting with us, talking about COVID, the new variant COVID-19 situation that is now brewing and potentially putting a potential question mark for the year 2022 as we close out the year 2021. Something to keep our eyes and ears open for. What new variant COVID-19 will look like? Will scientists really buckle down and take this very serious and take things very precautious? They got to be very precautious on this as they study and see what's going to be going on with the latest on the new variant COVID-19 situation, nonetheless. So this is something to take very serious and definitely to look into, as it's starting to really get out of hand across everywhere in the country, nonetheless. Again, folks, so we'll see what scientists will come up with that one. And if we hear anything, folks, again, this is not even sports related, but it does impact sports nonetheless. If we hear anything, though, we'll keep you up to the loop. and we'll let you know exactly what's going to happen with the new variant COVID situation. All right, folks. Again, thank you for being a part of Worldwide Sport Updates. Again, we appreciate you guys coming in on the show, interacting, dropping your comments, giving your, giving your thoughts. Again, just showing love and support. Just coming on here, saying hello. It means the whole world to me. It means a whole lot. Even if you don't have anything to say, just coming on here, saying hello, saying how you doing, hoping everything is all well. It means a lot. It means a lot. Just coming on here, nonetheless, is really greatly appreciated. Even taking the time out of your day, out of your busy schedule, just to come on here and hear the latest up to date on your sports, your news, your local updates. Nonetheless, again, interacting with the local community here, it is greatly appreciated. This is what Worldwide Sport Updates is all about, folks. Again, your podcast, your news, your local community. It is greatly appreciated from the bottom of our hearts that you are interacting and being part of this podcast. All right, folks. There is one more thing before I wrap it up and close it out. We are talking about possibly an audio podcast that we might be streaming instead of a video podcast like we're doing on StreamYard. We're thinking about streaming a audio podcast so that will be probably streamed on YouTube channel, Instagram, and maybe Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, not to mention, folks. So we're thinking about a new audio platform of a podcast. So maybe get the Worldwide Sport Updates involved in the audio perspective things, rather than just focusing on video in itself. Even though I rather have video more than audio, because when you're on a video podcast, you're delivering the information that needs to be delivered. Great, and interacting with people and seeing you, and people seeing you when you're interacting and delivering sports. And I believe the communication when you're seeing somebody live on video is way better than hearing it audio in itself. So I prefer video more than audio, but my sports marketer is thinking about getting the audio situation thing involved as well. So keeping your eyes and ears open on that. That could be launching maybe in 2022. I don't know yet. I mean, we're going to be doing more audio than video. We're trying to stay away from video. I don't know why. I don't know why he wants to do that. I personally, for me, I feel like video is the best thing than audio, like I mentioned. So we'll see what direction we'll go with that nonetheless, folks. All right. So again, we'll see. We'll keep you guys in the loop. We'll keep you up to date on what direction we're going to take with that. And you'll be the first to know if anything if there is any new changes. Nonetheless. All right, folks. Thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy the rest of your shopping going into the month of December. I know a lot of people are doing their Black Friday shopping, going after those Black Friday deals. And then not to mention Cyber Monday. Cyber Monday is on Monday. So a lot of people are going to be doing online shopping where they're going to go after those online special deals. Not to mention, so shout out to Walmart e-commerce online distribution center. Shout out to Amazon. All the online platforms, nonetheless, they're gonna be busy on Cyber Monday, ladies and gentlemen, fulfilling all those customer orders. Nonetheless, again, Amazon, Walmart, you name it, FedEx, UPS, ladies and gentlemen, all those online deliveries, they're going to be committed to your customers and dedicated to giving your orders to you, in fulfilling and going after and taking advantage of that 1 day shipping and handling, rather than that 2 day shipping and handling. People want their item 1 day prior instead of 2 days prior. I know you're allowed to do, for the online shopping, I think you're allowed to do 1 day shipping now. So 1 day shipping is really something to take advantage of. Again, when you go after those deals, I mean, I think you have to be a Amazon member and you have to be a Walmart member, I think, of some sort, to take advantage of that 1 day shipping and handling, to getting your customers early ahead of time, rather than waiting 1 week prior or 2 days prior to get to getting your orders in when you're doing online shopping nonetheless. So again, shout out to all the retail shopping community, online shopping community out there. We give a big shout out to you guys, and we show you love and support nonetheless. Again, Worldwide Sport Updates, they need to recognize real where they recognize real in fulfilling their customers and making them happy nonetheless. I think for all the retail shopping, online shopping owners nonetheless, they deserve the recognition that they deserve nonetheless. All right, folks, again, thank you so much on your Sunday, November 28th, 2021. I will see you next Sunday. We will do this all over again. We will talk college playoffs next Sunday. We will talk college basketball again. We will talk any Major League Baseball that we have that we'll bring to your attention. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of next Sunday we're going to talk about, is the Major League Baseball on a lockout? Are they on a lockout, or did they find a new collective bargaining agreement? You know what? They don't have much time left. They only have 2 days left. They have Monday and Tuesday to come up with a new collective bargaining agreement before December 1st, 11:59 p.m. And if they don't find it, there's a potential lockout. Yes. So we're going to talk about that lockout a little bit more going into next Sunday on our podcast. Again, Worldwide Sport Updates. If we don't talk about it on Sunday, we'll talk about it on our recorded podcast on Friday when we distribute the recorded podcast on Friday's edition nonetheless. So we'll see. We're going to keep our eyes open on that lockout, not to mention, again, there's a lot of trades still coming. I mean, free agency signings coming in. A lot of trades are still coming in from the Major League Baseball perspective side of things. But again, come next week, is Major League Baseball on a lockout, or did they save their season by coming into a new agreement for the new collective bargaining agreement? So we will definitely keep our eyes and ears open on that for you, and we will give you the latest update on what Major League Baseball's approach is going to be Monday and Tuesday. They only got a two-day window, folks. They got to figure something out, and they got to act fast. As of right now, it doesn't look like it. It does not look like it. No. So it's putting the winter meetings in jeopardy. Not to mention, it's putting the season next year in jeopardy in itself. So and it puts a damper on things for the Atlanta Braves, who cannot defend their title going into next season too. So that's not good. That's not good at all for the Major League Baseball sports organization. I mean, sports franchise. Nonetheless, for all the Major League Baseball teams, it's not a great showing. It's not a great showing. I mean, they're definitely in jeopardy of a lockout if they don't get a new collective bargaining agreement by December 1st by 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we will keep you up to date on that. Not to mention, folks, we definitely will. All right. So we'll see what happens with that going into next Sunday's podcast or Friday's recorded podcast. Not to mention. All right. So we'll talk again college playoffs next week. Again, we will talk NFL, week 13 of the NFL. And we'll do this all over again, folks. We'll give you the injuries, we'll give you the breakdowns, we'll give you the analysis, we'll give you the lock picks of week 13. We'll do everything in your power to give them all to you. And maybe we'll talk NHL hockey next week. All right. We have not been talking about NHL hockey a lot. And we'll talk maybe boxing if there's any boxing epic matchups this upcoming week. And also we'll talk NBA. Of course, we will talk NBA. All right. So everything, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Worldwide Sport Updates is all about. We are doing awesome, folks. We are doing awesome as a podcast unit. We're definitely seeing all the love and support, and everybody coming together, and it's definitely showing. It's great improvement. This podcast made its debut again on October 8th, 2021, and going almost into a month now. Yeah, I mean, going into this is 1 month. So come December, this will be 2 months that Worldwide Sport Updates has been very active and very going still, and it's going strong, folks. It really is. So that is a lot of much appreciation from each coming from each and every one of you folks, that you are recognizing Worldwide Sport Updates and the podcast that it truly is. It means a lot to me. I cannot thank you guys enough for you guys recognizing Worldwide Sport Updates for what truly this podcast is all about. It means a whole lot to me. It means the whole world. So again, shout it out, folks. Definitely shout it out. Put the word out there that Worldwide Sport Updates, again, is your podcast, your sports, your local community to get the latest up-to-date sports and information. Nonetheless, always share that button. Keep it in the loop. Put the words out there. Tune into Worldwide Sport Updates. Again, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, folks. This is what it's all about. Definitely, this is what it's all about, folks. And we can't greatly appreciate you enough. Means a lot to me. It means a lot, I mean, from the bottom of my heart. I mean, we're doing things right. We are definitely doing things right as a podcast, as a unit, and it is definitely greatly appreciated. And it does not go unnoticed at all. So, you guys are the real MVP. Shout out to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It means the whole world. I mean, without you, Worldwide Sport Updates would not be here. It definitely would not be here, folks. Again, without you, Worldwide Sport Updates would not have been invented, would not been have a great to all my supporters. Nonetheless, I cannot ignore you for making this happen, for making Worldwide Sport Updates of truly what kind of a podcast platform it really is. And it means the whole world. It really does. So I'm a loss of words that we are continuing to strive for excellence. We continue to strive for success. We continue to strive the mountain, not to mention, and we continue to grow each and every week. Again, we're getting recognized by YouTube very good, effectively. We're getting recognized by Facebook. We're getting recognized by TikTok. We're getting recognized by Twitter, Instagram. We're getting recognized, folks. We are definitely getting recognized, and it's definitely something that continues to prevail and unfold in front of your eyes. I mean, hopefully we can interact with Apple Podcast. Maybe have our podcast on Spotify. Yeah, maybe if we do come up with an approach of an audio podcast, maybe we can launch it into Apple Podcasts. Maybe we can launch it to iHeartRadio Podcast. Maybe we could be on Sirius XM, for crying out loud. Yeah, why the heck not? I mean, Joey Hadid would love to be on Sirius XM and maybe a member of Sirius XM. Why the heck not? I mean, that would be a true honor nonetheless. But being on Apple Podcasts, being on iTunes, being on Spotify, being on iHeartRadio, iTunes still available? I don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, to all that we mentioned, we're going to continue growing strong, and we're going to continue growing, throughout this podcast. 2022, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be looking up a lot. The year 2022 is going to be definitely where the podcast, I'll be very, very committed and dedicated to it throughout maybe the next 12 months. Again, here closing out the year 2021, we started again from the month of October, and we're going to finish it out again in the month of December in the year 2021. But then going into the year 2022, our New Year's resolution is to be committed and dedicated throughout these next 12 months. Again, from January all the way to December. How truly and awesome is that? To have this great Worldwide Sport Updates podcast, your platform, to be really, really out there to the whole world and viewing of showing, nonetheless. And that's tremendously an honor. And I am definitely proud and honored, and just truly grateful and thankful. Here we go. Here's the Thanksgiving words that we've been looking for, to have this, come together. And this is what I'm thankful for, is owning to it, owning to Worldwide Sport Updates and being part of it, and being a part of you guys to interacting with this community, getting this community together nonetheless. And it is truly, truly a blessing and honor to having each and every one of you interacting and communicating on this amazing podcast platform nonetheless. So things are looking up for the year 2022, and it is a blessing, and it's an honor, and it's very, very thankful. And again, it means a whole lot. It means a whole lot to me. I guess we're doing something right, which is the first time I ever do something right. Yes. So again, don't take me at the weak of heart, but I mean, I do the best I can, folks. I do it. I'm not perfect at everything. I am not perfect. Nobody is perfect. But again, this is my dream. This is my passion. This has been in my blood since day one, since I was a child. and I was Joe the freak. I was Joey the nerd back then, folks. Everybody that knows me, folks. That I am not afraid or ashamed to say what I am. I was a nerd back then. I was a freak back then. I was a ugly showing of a person back then. No, I'm not gonna get too far like that. But maybe I still am to the people's eyes. But anyway, I'm not trying to be negative here. But anyways, folks, this is what it's all about, though. I mean, again, when you have a desire and passion for what you love and what you're committed to and you're dedicated to, this is what you strive for. All right, okay. This is the excellence that comes with it. This is the succeeding. You smell like success each and every week. And this is what it's all about, folks. Again, being a part of you, bringing this community together is truly blessing, no matter what. No matter if you have enemies, no matter if you have enemies, no matter if you have friends, no matter if you have, you know, even animals that show you support on here. Maybe some dogs may be watching this. Maybe some cats might be watching this. And to all the animal lovers that be saying, woof, woof, or meow, meow, or, all right, Joey. With the horses hee-hawing, I mean, or something. I don't know. All right, now I'm just going overboard here with the animal cruelty thing. But, or like, the donkey's voice and something like that. But even animals need to show some love too. But then, folks, again, this is what it's all about, though, and this is what it's all about. All right, we're laughing, interacting, communicating, bringing the negatives here, bringing the positives. There's always the negatives and the positives, folks. All right, there's always the pros and the cons, the weaknesses and the strengths. Somewhere to improve on, somewhere that you are doing very well and you continue to develop on. So there's really no changes there necessary, but something that are weaknesses, there's definitely a lot of improvement nonetheless. But other than that, I think we're doing something right. We definitely are. All right, folks, thank you so much. All right, I appreciate you all. You guys are so much amazing. All right, you guys are truly amazing. God bless you all. And I cannot thank you enough, again, from the bottom of my heart. Enjoy the rest of your week. Enjoy the rest of your shopping going into the rest of this month. I mean, of next month, all the way up to leading up to Christmas. And I will see you guys next Sunday. All right. I'll see you guys. All right. Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. This is Joey Hadid signing off.